Round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Honorable Henry Okello Oryem, Your Excellencies, the ambassadors here with us today and those joining us shortly, Your Excellency, the UN Resident Coordinator and Head of UN agencies, Ms. Susan Ingongi Namondo, representatives of Government of Uganda ministries, departments and agencies, civil society representatives, private sector representatives, distinguished guests, members of the United Nations staff, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to the UN Day, the 76th anniversary celebrations. Yes, nice to see you here this Friday morning. My name is Crystal Newman, and I will be guiding you through the program. Such a pleasure to be here with you. It is a day of celebration. 76 years, come on, right? So many achievements, so much momentum in the last 76 years. But it is a celebration with a purpose, because we are living with the COVID-19 pandemic. And it has pretty much turned everything upside down. I think we can agree. It has shaken the entire world, and we've had to reassess how we go about everything that we do. So as we celebrate today, we have to look at the way forward, and that is why we are focusing on the theme, achieving the SDGs amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. I am here in all my glory with my mask on. I can't take my mask off, but that is the life that we're in right now. For a lot of ladies, it would be maybe a lipstick in your hand at all times, a phone, but my new best friend is a little bottle of sanitizer. I go everywhere with it. I attack people with it. And that is the only way we can move forward and keep safe. We also have to look at how all the member countries can get vaccines available for everyone in order for the world to get back to where we want it. So I'd like to thank each and every one of you for making the time to be here today. Welcome, welcome to the Kampala Sheraton Hotel. And I would also like to recognize everyone joining us online at the moment, especially the UN country team in southwestern Uganda, the Karamoja region, Northern Uganda, West Nile, Kampala, and of course in Entebbe as well. So to each and every one of you, welcome. We need to focus more than ever on achieving all the 17 SDGs. What the pandemic has shown us is, despite the progress made, there was a scramble, and you can't really blame anyone because we were not prepared for this. But what has happened is there's a huge divide, and it has become even clearer, where a lot of people decided to take care of their own. Now, I can understand. I'm a mom of 3, and my 3 babies are my priority. I'll take care of my own. But many other people have been forgotten along the way, and we need to look forward and see how we can, again, bridge this gap. So very, very importantly, how can we build back better? How can we move forward successfully and work together? So I'm looking forward to that today. Just to give you a breakdown of the program, we will be starting with a panel discussion. We'll have some entertainment because it is a celebration after all. And I have to say I'm pretty excited. We'll get serious with the discussion around COVID-19, but I think we should celebrate. It's a Friday morning, we're heading into the weekend, and there's a lot that we are all going to take away from today. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome. But to say so much more in a more distinguished fashion, please allow me to welcome the Acting Director of Regional Service Center, that is Entebbe. Now, he has served the United Nations for the past 26 years in a variety of positions and different UN entities, the International Organization for Migration, the United Nations High Commission for Refugees, the United Nations Development Program, the UN Secretariat, both in field operations, and at the United Nations headquarters. So please allow me to give a warm welcome to the Acting Director, Regional Service Center, Entebbe, Mr. Pauline Jomo.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning.
It seems like the coffee is not kicking in yet. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you very much, MC, for this presentation. And 76 years. It's a very long time. And today, I want to join everybody for this celebration. And I understand from the MC that we have some of the people in the hall and other people on their way. So I would try and acknowledge everybody, the Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, the Right Honorable Minister for General Nation, Resident Coordinator and UN Head of Agencies, representative of the government of Uganda, ministries, departments and agencies, civil society representatives, private sector representatives, distinguished guests, United Nations staff members, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the United Nations in Uganda, I'm delighted to welcome you to the commemoration of the 76th anniversary of the United Nations on the theme, Achieving the Sustainable Development Goals Amidst the COVID-19 Pandemic. And I think the MC talked about it. MC, I'm sorry, I had to take my mask off, but I'm far away from everybody, so I'm respecting the 6-inch protocol. Uganda became the 110th member of the United Nations on 25th October 1962. Over the years, Uganda has established a strong relationship, working closely with the UN and actively in the United Nations. Uganda has contributed to international peace and security assembly in 2014-2015 with Honorable Sam Kutesa, then Minister of Foreign Affairs. The Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals were formulated and later endorsed by world leaders in September 2015. The Agenda 2030 was a historic outcome, a fitting culmination of one of the most participatory and inclusive processes in the history of the United Nations. One of the resounding messages of world leaders was the urgent need to eradicate poverty, achieve sustainable development that leaves no one behind, and protect the planet. The Sustainable Development Goals have a significant role in guiding all stakeholders in development, including government ministries and departments, UN agencies, development partners, private sector, non-governmental organizations and academic institutions to contribute to the transformation of Uganda and achieve the aspiration outlined in the National Development Plan, Vision 2040, in the East Africa Vision 2050, and the African Agenda 2063. Uganda continues to play an important role within the UN on the continent. This is manifested by the location of the United Nations base in Entebbe, with over 654 UN personnel, including almost 400 Ugandan and 258 international staff. The UN base in Entebbe provides administration and logistics support to all peacekeeping operations on the continent and political offices based on the continent. Uganda plays a key role in Somalia. UPDF is in Somalia, helping the country to achieve peace. Uganda has been selected as the host government to be and to receive the African Union standby capacity. This is a capacity that the African Union is putting in place to be able to respond quickly to every operation on the continent. This year's commemoration of the anniversary of the UN comes at a time when the world is faced with the COVID-19 pandemic, the biggest global socio-economic challenge since the Second World War. The pandemic has had a profound impact on all of us and all UN member states. Therefore, it is necessary for us to reflect on how we can remain on course to achieve sustainable development amidst the pandemic. I wish you all a fruitful commemoration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to talk about the Sustainable Development Goals, and I'd now like to ask you to lend your attention to the screen for a special video from the Youth Coalition for SDGs in Uganda.
My little one, you're about to come into my world, but it's a mess. Diseases are threatening us. My little one, you're about to come into my world, but it's a mess. Diseases are threatening us. Our leaders put their interests before our own, and poverty is becoming a new normal. Will I manage to take care of you? Will you make it in this world as temperatures get higher and higher? I'm really worried. Is there any hope left?
We can be. We must be.
The generation that starts the journey of repairing the earth. It's possible. We have the roadmap.
The Global Goals, a 15-year plan that includes each and every one of us with the intention of
leaving no one behind.
We desire a country where every Ugandan is able to afford the basic human needs. We want an end to poverty.
We desire to be free of hunger and not to worry where our next meal will come from.
I know we are all tired of losing our loved ones to diseases we can't manage. The horrible state of our health facilities, coupled with unaffordable health care, is something we need to change.
We want a literate and well-informed society.
A country where our children go to school.
Achieving quality and inclusive education is important.
We need an end to discrimination of women and girls,
because empowering women and girls helps economic growth and development.
A country where we have access to safe and affordable drinking water. Remember, proper sanitation is a collective responsibility for everyone.
Access to affordable, reliable, and energy that is safe for the earth.
We all want to be appreciated for the work we do. We advocate for fair pay so that every single person moves ahead in life.
As the world changes, we need to adopt new ways of doing things.
We must create space for new ideas and invest in innovation so that we don't lag behind.
We desire a Uganda where all men and women, boys and girls, youth and children, and people with disabilities are empowered and act as equal partners in development.
It is vital for us to create the communities that are clean, safe, and where development settlement is well planned.
We will live in communities that are responsible in the ways that they produce and consume goods and resources. Communities where we can reduce, reuse, and recycle.
Amidst all the challenges that we are facing today as humanity, climate change is the greatest since it threatens our own existence.
Where we regulate our fishing methods in order to restore biodiversity of life underwater.
The planet where we restore our ecosystem and put back what we get out of there.
We desire to live and work in a peaceful, harmonious, and stable country where the rule of law and fundamental human rights prevails.
Where all countries and we the people come together in partnerships of all kinds to make these global goals a reality for everyone, everywhere. These are a combination of Uganda's Vision 2040 and the Sustainable Development Goals. However, to achieve these goals, we need partnership from both the governments and the people so that together we can achieve the goals.
A special thank you to the Youth Coalition for SDGs here in Uganda. They organized that lovely video, plenty of energy there. So thank you very much for that. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to recognize the Right Honorable Minister for General Duties, and focal point minister for SDGs. That's Right Honorable Justine Kasule Lumumba. A very warm welcome to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, I did say that much as today is a celebration, it is a celebration with a purpose, and we are looking at the way forward, how to build back better. We are now going to get into our panel discussion, so allow me to welcome our panelists for this discussion today, starting with Dr. Munir A. Safilden, a UNICEF representative. Now, Dr. Muhammad El Munir A. Safilden has been... Please feel free to join me on stage. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is the president of the Youth Coalition for SDGs. Now, he is the president of the Youth Coalition for SDGs, comprises of 30 youth-led organizations that are actively involved in the promotion of the achievement of the SDGs under the auspices of the National SDG Secretariat at the Office of the Prime Minister. Please welcome Mr. Edwin Muhumuza. Welcome, welcome to you. Next on our panel today, yes, please, where you see your name tag, that's on that side. We have the Chief Executive at Stanbic Business Incubator Limited, Mr. Tony Otoa. He runs the capacity building and entrepreneurship development programs for small and medium enterprises. He's also board chair of Boundless Minds, a leading human capital developmental enterprise in Uganda focusing on work readiness as well as entrepreneurship, skilling, and mentorship. He's an experienced public affairs coordinator with a demonstrated history of working in the oil and energy industry with main focus on local work experiences, rights, leadership, and governance, land rights, women's economic empowerment, violence against women and girls. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Rita Achiro, you're very welcome. And finally, please take a seat right there. And finally, our last panelist was unable to be here with us in person, but they will be joining us online. Professor Mwambutsia Indebesa is a political historian with interest in politics of development. He has experience of more than 30 years teaching at university. Before retiring from lecturing at university, he taught history and development studies at both Makerere and Chambogo universities. Now, besides teaching, he is also a public intellectual with considerable public role and involvement experience in NGO governance and activism. So please welcome our final panelist joining us online, Professor Mwambutsia Indebesa from Makerere University. All right. How are we doing? How's the energy in the room? Do we need some more coffee? Have you had breakfast? I'm putting that out now because I'd like to ask that you have some coffee, have some juice, so we have some energy from you so that you can also give us questions, because our panelists are very ready for all your questions and what you will be presenting to us today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome our final panelist joining us. That is Her Excellency, Miss Lulama Mary Teresa Zingwana, the High Commissioner of South Africa. Please give her a very, very warm welcome. Your Excellency, you're very, very welcome. Please take a seat. Now, as I mentioned earlier, I think our panelists are ready for you. We have a number of questions to put to them to begin with. And then I know many of you will have your own comments and questions that you would like to share with us. So please feel free to get into that as the day goes on, as we get into our morning discussions. So the first question is one I would like to put to Dr. Munir Safildan. Now, as the United Nations marks its 76th anniversary, and I like to start with the positives, can you just tell us about the biggest achievements as we celebrate UN Day 2021, and the ones that you can highlight globally and nationally?
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone, and a happy UN Day to all of you. A lot has been achieved by the United Nations system since its creation 75 years ago. Let me share with you very briefly highlights of these key achievements. In my view, the most important achievement is maintaining peace and security at the global level. We all know that the UN system was created after the Second World War, and before that, we had also the First World War. And the globe felt that we did not have a system in place to prevent a Third World War. And that's why the United Nations system was created. And I believe we have done well globally. We have not had a Third World War in 75 years. So I think that's a significant achievement, which was the purpose for which the UN system was created. Secondly, I think when we look into the systems, the normative standards the UN has created, which have been globally accepted, we have done very well. With the UN, now we have in place systems for conflict resolution, which has helped averting large-scale conflicts. Yes, we are not perfect yet, but we can imagine a universe or a world without the UN. We would have had so many conflicts. So we do have systems for peaceful resolution and settlement of disputes among countries. More importantly, at the moment, the UN system has created new normative standards. For instance, human rights have become a norm that is accepted globally and has been adhered to a large extent globally. You can imagine in the absence of an international standards for human rights for development. Also, the UN has created new standards and targets for development. We remember the MDGs, and now we have the SDGs, which were used by the UN to create specific targets for countries and for the globe to reach for improving the quality of human life. And trillions of dollars have been mobilized through the UN system over the last 75 years. This is money that has been voluntarily contributed by rich countries towards the development assistance in developing countries. And one of the very important things that I would like here to highlight is the recent work that the UN has been engaged in galvanizing global attention and effort to address really challenging issues like climatic change. We are not there yet, but the UN has been the platform which has brought together all the member states, the state members of the UN, towards addressing this challenge. We also need to know that through the UN, billions of dollars have been mobilized to assist countries facing humanitarian situations. So in brief, I would say we need to look at the UN in two ways: in the good it has achieved, and in the harm it has helped to avert. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, I like that you said we have not had a Third World War, and we want to keep it that way. I would like to now go to you, Your Excellency, Ms. Lulama Mary Teresa Zingwana. What, in your opinion, are the biggest challenges the United Nations has faced globally, regionally, and nationally as we celebrate the UN Day?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Moderator. First of all, I just want to add that for me, one of the greatest achievements was the adoption of SDG 5, which works towards gender equality for all women throughout the globe. And I think we have made some important strides there. Today we have a woman president in Tanzania. We have had a few. In Liberia, the first one, Salif Johnson, President Salif Johnson. We have had also the President Banda of Malawi. We also have, in South Africa, we have had a Vice President, Mlambo Ngcuka, who was heading the UN Women Agency until last month. We have also achieved 46% women in parliament in South Africa. We have achieved also 50% women cabinet ministers in South Africa. And I hope after this president, we will also have a woman president.
Yes.
Madam, to answer your question, I think the biggest challenge we are facing internationally is the pandemic you have already referred to. The pandemic, which is the biggest we have had in over 100 years now. We are like one body. The world is a village today. We see that in America, they have achieved almost 60% vaccination in their country. We know that in Europe, they are at 60% or even more, towards 70%, fully vaccinated in some countries like Israel and so on. However, if one part of the body is not well, the entire body is sick. So for us to monopolize the vaccine, what my president says has termed apartheid, vaccine apartheid, if we are not addressing that, we are not going to defeat this pandemic. I know that some of the countries have donated in Europe, in the US, but we are saying it's not enough. It is not enough that in Africa and other developing countries, we only have 1 to 2% fully vaccinated people, when in other countries they are doing 60%, 70%. They are even looking at the third jab, when other people have not even received the first one. Also, I want to say that internationally, the UN has a big challenge. Africa is not represented in the UN Security Council. I think it is an indictment on the United Nations that after 76 years, the second biggest continent in the world is not represented in the United Nations Security Council. Now, coming to our region, Africa, yes, we have a number of challenges, including the pandemic and so on. Our countries are trying their best. We are focusing on vaccination right now. In South Africa, we are at about 20%. I know other countries are also moving in that regard. We have also opened up for children from 12 years old so that children can be safe in school and continue to learn. So I want to say, though, the biggest challenges we have is poverty, unemployment, corruption, but for me, the coups that are now spreading in Africa are a major concern. It started in Mali, I think a year or so ago. It moved into, now we have had a coup in Guinea. Today, we have had one here in East Africa, in Sudan. I believe those are the challenges that are facing us, the African Union, and the United Nations. And I'm happy that the Secretary General of the UN has condemned these coups, the AU has condemned these coups, And I think as citizens and responsible citizens of Africa and the world, we have to stand up and fight against these coups. These coups are taking us, I don't know, they are taking us about to 1960, 50 years, 60 years back. So we cannot afford to go there, especially as Africans faced with inequalities, poverty, unemployment, especially of our young people. And I want to say also, Uganda is progressing, particularly on gender equality. We have a vice president here who is a woman. We have a prime minister who is a woman. And we are saying all African countries, we have to prioritize women and gender equality, because as long as 50% of the population is not empowered, it means 50% of the population is just operating and looking with one eye. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you so much for highlighting especially the recent developments that are very worrying and are taking us back. And that is why we're here today, to look forward as well, to see how we can move forward and combat so many of these issues. I'd now like to address Professor Mwambutsia Ndebesa, who is joining us online, I believe. My question for you is quite similar. As we look at the United Nations achievements, also we look at the COVID-19 pandemic and the biggest challenges facing us right now, in your opinion. Do we have the professor joining us online? Is he with us? Okay, unfortunately, I think we have an issue there. So now I would like to talk to you, Mr. Tony Otoa, right here with me. Yes, so in terms of the COVID-19 pandemic, you work with a lot of small and medium-sized enterprises. That is really your focus, your passion. How has it affected that sector?
Thank you, Crystal. I'll first of all begin by saying this has been a very unprecedented time. And Ambassador, you mentioned that. High Commissioner, you mentioned that. But also, what High Commissioner mentioned were the coups and I think the issue of the Security Council. Now, let me just try and localize the story. I think in Uganda, over the last 18 months, we've had coups when it comes to the SMEs because many of them have died. We have had security, or it's going to be a security issue because many of them have died. Many of the employees have lost their jobs. And interestingly, when we look at education, for instance, which is pretty much a business as well, many schools have had to shut down. What this means is that you are going to have a huge amount of people within our populace who are not happy. That becomes a security issue. That becomes our coup in Uganda. SMEs play a very vital role in this economy. They provide a huge avenue for employment. They provide a huge avenue or contribution to the GDP of this country. And they are an avenue for a lot of people who do not go through the normal work employee route to, hone their entrepreneurship skills and become a critical mass or critical entity into the fabric of this country's economy. What has happened over the last 18 months is, I wouldn't say, for lack of a better word, a bad story, but a scaring story. Now, I know there are several interventions that have come into play. Many agencies have come into play. I'm glad to say, actually, that we partnered with the UNDP to say, how do we support these SMEs, particularly focusing on women and youth? You need to remember, the youth are a huge group within our population. And I'm glad to say, yesterday when we were in a webinar with Her Excellency Susan Ngongondi here, we were talking about the same thing. What do we do to support these SMEs to thrive? A lot of the time we have talked about thriving, we have talked about being resilient, but those words don't matter anymore. What is key right now is empathy. When a person is dying and going down and you're talking about be resilient, be strong, that doesn't really support them or help them much. So I think these 18 months have proven for some of the SMEs that have stayed strong that it's important for you to probably rejig how you do things. And again, for many that have stayed relevant, it's about pivoting. Now, I can't say all of them have really suffered the brunt of the pandemic. But for those that have suffered the brunt of the pandemic, it's about asking yourselves or asking themselves, what next? When I just focus on education, for instance, which is very key for us, you know, on one of my jogging routes a couple of months ago, I passed by a school that was so vibrant 2 years ago. Half of the school has been destroyed and bought by an investor who plans to set up real estate. The school is gone. Schools are selling themselves, or owners of the schools are selling the schools for nothing because they have loans to pay, and rather than losing the school for nothing, they're selling schools for nothing. Now, who is really enjoying the benefits of this confusion? It's the rich. And the people that desire and need a future are left with nothing. So we can't talk about SDGs and comfortably say things are happening when it comes to education, because you have a whole group, if we open up in 2022, who will have no school to go to. So what happens in that situation? So I think these are the inconvenient conversations we need to constantly have. And I don't want us to assume everything is nice and rosy. For 76 years of the UN, we need to ask ourselves these inconvenient questions and say, how best can we go back and really see ways in which we can make a difference in the shortest time possible? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. You have pointed out how the gap is widening between the rich and the poor, and Her Excellency also mentioned poverty as definitely one of the biggest challenges. And again, it's a reminder that we need to work even harder to achieve the SDGs. I'd like to come to you, Ms. Rita Achiro. We're talking about these challenges. We're talking about the localization of the Sustainable Development Goals. What do you see as some of the opportunities that we have right now?
Thank you, Crystal. I think, allow me just to say something, since we're here celebrating 76 years of the UN and the contribution the UN has made, particularly to the area that I'm so dear about, that's women, women's rights, girls' rights, and gender equality. The United Nations has been very instrumental in ensuring that we have international instruments that protect the rights of women and girls. One such is the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination of All Forms Against Women. There are a number of those. We have the UN Resolution 1325 on conflict resolution that particularly provides for women's participation in conflict resolution. We have spaces the UN has provided for women. The Commission on the Status of Women that brings women globally to reflect on the progress that women have made in the world. I am also proud to say that because of those contributions that the UN has made, as a country, we have domesticated, a country meaning Uganda, we have domesticated many of those into our national laws and policies, including programs. The UN has funded women's movement, women's rights organizations in this country and in Africa, globally, through other development partners, and that must go on record. It is critical. We have moved thus far because of the support of the UN, and of course, we talk about SDG 5. And as a country, because of that contribution, Uganda has been at the front line, or I think we are one of the best countries. Many of you know us for, the bad things, but in terms of gender equality, Uganda had the first woman vice president. And as Her Excellency said, right now we have at the top, in the Prime Minister's office, we have, out of the 5, we have 4 women. We are oscillating in Parliament at 34%, but for a very long time, Uganda was on top, until recently a few countries took over. So that credit must go to UN. So what are the opportunities? As my brother Tony said, I know in every dark situation, there's a silver lining. But I think it's very important for us to acknowledge that vaccine equity is important. And where I stand, I do not just look at equity for everybody. I look at the women, what are the issues they are in? Because while vaccines might be available, right now we have a few, the question is how many women are accessing? Actually, one of the things we need to ask ourselves, the 2% that we're referring to in Africa, how many of those are actually women? What specific message is being sent out there to encourage women and girls who qualify to get this vaccine? Because there are power and gender relation issues there. Do I have the power to get out to go to the vaccine center? Who decides for me to go and get that vaccine? As we all know, there's this misconception about the vaccine. Women's body integrity. There is, in the community, the negative social norms will tell you that as a woman, you can't take that vaccine because it's going to make you barren. These messages are not going out there. And for women, as much as there's the inequality in access to vaccine, access availability in vaccine, for women it is double tragedy. So that is something our leaders, the UN, should be looking at, of course, including ourselves, those in the women's movement, but as citizens as large. There are gender connotations that we are not talking about these issues. We're just looking at issues of access. But who is accessing this vaccine? So what are the opportunities? One thing, last year, when we had the first lockdown, of course, we were all thrown into panic. But one thing that came alive is that if you have never appreciated women's unpaid care work, the lockdown brought it to the fore. So the opportunity for us in the women's movement is now to hinge on that advocacy around women's unpaid care work is crucial. Recognizing it first and foremost is very important. Redistribution of that unpaid care work is important. This will enable women to be represented into public spaces so that the issues that are discussed in the public arena are reflective of women's voices, women's needs, girls' needs. The other opportunity that we see or we saw then is that more women are now coming out, because the lockdown and everything shook us a little bit. People have become very creative and innovative. The women we work with in the communities, and I guess what my brother Tony, the group that work with, people have turned their backyards into small, industries. People are now growing food. Some of us who didn't even know how to grow food, now we've learned to plant things in sacks. So there's that creativity that we've all come up with. But I want to say that while we might highlight these opportunities, for us in the women's movement and from a gender perspective, it is a dark future. As we speak and sit here today, thousands of our little babies, girls, I'll call them babies, are mothers. Thousands are yet to be mothers. Thousands are bleeding in their hearts because they have been hurt by our society. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. So we are looking at the opportunities, but also the implementation is important. I'd like to head over to you, Mr. Edwin Muhumuza, the president of the Youth Coalition for SDGs. Uganda is a young country. It's one of the youngest countries in the world in terms of our population and our age. What is the role of the youth when it comes to the SDG implementation? And also, if you can point out some of these opportunities as well, where the youth can be even more involved.
Thank you so much, moderator. Maybe just before I get into that, I can say that, first of all, we are very glad and happy that even at this level, young people are given space. I can imagine myself on such a high-level panel of elders, but also of senior citizens and leaders. I think this has not been the tradition before for the country, but I'm glad that the young people now have space at the table. I want to commend the government, but also the UN system for giving us the opportunity to speak. I appreciate, again, the government. At least now we have representation in parliament as young people. That's a credit. But also, on issues that concern young people, I'm happy that we now have a conversation with people who really understand and are leaders of such institutions, like government and the UN. Of course, I know there are still some gaps. For instance, I'm happy that our minister in charge of foreign affairs is right here in the house, and I would want to request him that much as at the country level we are performing well in terms of engaging young people, but I think globally we have not been given that space. Looking at the delegations that really participate, for instance, in the General Assembly, there is always very close discussions relating to sustainable development, to the economy, and all other things. I would want to request, Honorable Minister, that let's have young people considered in the official government delegations. Personally, I have been able to participate in the ECOSOC Youth Forum and other engagements. And of course, coming back again to the Sustainable Development Goals, I think young people, looking at Africa, Africa is predominantly made up of the young population. And when you look at Uganda right now, over 77% of its population is actually under the age of 25. So where are we going to be? How is our future going to be like? In the next 20, 30 years, what are we going to do if we are not involved and actually to be empowered to look at solutions that we can provide for our well-being? Now, the Sustainable Development Goals, I think it's a very huge task ahead of us as young people. And we have a critical role to play in this. Recently, the government of Uganda, through the SDG Secretariat, I think they are doing great. They launched the new roadmap for Sustainable Development Goals, but this roadmap has to be inclusive in a manner that the young people have space and have the ideas and innovations that can actually help in the achievement and attainment of the 2030 agenda. I want to appreciate again the Office of the Prime Minister. I'm happy that our Minister in charge of general duties is right here, that the SDG Secretariat is very vibrant and very active in terms of engaging young people to be part of the solutions for sustainable development goals. I am here with my group of young people. I don't know whether the Youth Coalition members are in the house. If you guys are in the house, kindly, this is an opportunity for you to shine. This is your platform. Could you kindly stand up for recognition? If you are in the house, please, all members of the Youth Coalition, they are right there. Yes, they are right there. These are some of the young innovators, Your Excellency and Honorable Minister, that have been showcasing these strategies and innovations here. This is the video you played. These are the guys who are making the solutions. They are here. Recently, we launched the 1 million solutions for SDGs, and we give a platform for young innovators, for entrepreneurs who are out there in the villages, in rural areas, to come up with innovations that will contribute to the attainment of the 2030 agenda. And we will continue to do that. This is our government. This is our future, where we must have a very big role to play. I can tell you that young people are the most precious resource for Africa. And for Africa to thrive, young people have to thrive fast. So these engagements are very powerful because they give us the opportunity to showcase our energy, to showcase our solutions. There are many crises that are really, really affecting young people. Climate change is one of them. It is affecting all sectors of society. It's affecting the young people. It is actually depriving us of the rights to live. Young people have lost lives due to landslides and other calamities. But as young people, I think we are willing and ready to take action on this process. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I would like to ask our panelists to follow Excellency and just take off your mask while you are making your comments for better audio, so even our guests online can hear the discussion very well. Thank you for that. Yes, we cannot move forward without the youth. That is a fact. And we're looking at the decade of action and achieving our 2030 goals. And I'd like to come back to you, that is Dr. Munir as well, from UNICEF. If you can basically give some recommendations for the member states, because we've talked about a lot of the challenges, achievements, but challenges as well. We've looked at localizing the solutions. What are some of the things member states of the United Nations can do to ensure vaccine equity? Because that has come out very clearly today.
Well, thank you very much. Let me focus on a few things. While the COVID crisis has shown very good aspects of humanity, it has predominantly shown that humanity is in crisis. Let me explain why I believe so. Even before the world got into the issue of vaccines against COVID, we saw a war, a real war between different countries with regard to the acquisition of personal protective equipment, the PPEs. We saw countries hijacking supplies already on their way to certain countries. We saw countries overpaying manufacturers to acquire supplies over and above what they need. And then, when COVID vaccine came, we also saw the same attitude, a tendency to hold more than what countries need. But we also saw that people came to the realization that no one is safe until everyone is safe. And we have now seen a growing vaccine dose sharing. And this is very good. But at the same time, for the countries that have been receiving vaccines, either they are buying the vaccines or receiving the vaccines as dose sharing through COVAX, we do see a number of challenges that really I would like to emphasize that we need to address them at national level. Number one, we see that some countries have huge supplies of vaccines that have acquired. I'm talking specifically about developing countries, but they are not putting in the required amount of effort and financial resources to deploy these vaccines, to get the vaccines into the arms of the people. This is very serious. We have a number of countries, especially in our region, which have millions of vaccine doses about to expire very soon. And this is shameful, I must say. So we need to act and act fast. The countries have been crying for more vaccine sharing, and the vaccines have become available, and they cannot waste these vaccines. This is very serious. Now we talk also about equity in the vaccine distribution between the rich and the poor countries. But also, the panelists here mentioned about equity within the country. Now we have certain groups which are quite vulnerable who have not yet had enough vaccines. And if you allow me to take the challenge we are all facing in Uganda at the moment. We have, at the moment, done extremely well with regard to fully vaccinating health workers. We stand a little bit over 70%, which is excellent. We are progressing with teachers. We are a bit over 20%. But if you look at the people who are extremely vulnerable, elderly people, who are more than 3 million people, the coverage of full vaccination is less than 5%. If we continue at the current rate of vaccine coverage for the elderly people who are most vulnerable in Uganda, you know how long it will take to cover all of them, or at least 90% of them? It will take Uganda 3 years at least to reach every person who is above the age of 50 years. And these are the most vulnerable people. For us in UNICEF, globally, we believe it's not critical to vaccinate children to reopen schools. What is critical is to vaccinate these elderly people. Children can be sick, but they will not develop serious illness. They are not likely to die. But even if you vaccinate a child, that child could still be a carrier of the virus, could still take the virus home. And unless the parents, the grandparents are fully vaccinated, the virus that young people are taking from the market, from downtown or from everywhere to home can be quite devastating to these elderly people. So this is very important. And let me conclude also by another recommendation, is that we have seen that countries that over the years have been investing in scientific research, in medical research, in developing new medicines, new vaccines, did very well. They developed the vaccines. Yes, they tried to keep as much of these vaccines for themselves. But what about the rest of the world? Countries that have not, and still until now, not investing enough in scientific research, in medical research. They continue to be at the receiving end. And equity actually starts at home. We, in the developing countries, we need to have a mindset, a change in our mindsets. We have, in many of the developing countries, the fanciest cars, the fanciest homes, but we don't have the best of health facilities. We don't have the best of medical research centers. We are unable yet to fight the diseases on our own. And this is something we need to do better. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. I'd like to head back to Your Excellency to see if you can add to that. I mean, how can we promote multilateralism in the world today?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I think it is important that as I have already mentioned, that we ensure representativity of the major sectors of our populations in the world. We are talking about security issues. We are confronted by terrorism in different countries, different parts of the world. Nobody is safe and secure. And I think there's nobody that can speak for Africa than Africans themselves. And as I said, as long as Africans are not represented, my son here, I will call him my son. My son here was saying they want to be represented on the table. And Africa is saying we want to be represented on the table at the UN Security Council, where the big decisions are made about very important issues regarding our lives. I also want to say that we need to ensure that we look at the support that we need to end racism, to end terrorism, to end oppression and neo-colonization that we still experience in our countries. We still live with a colony in Western Sahara, right on the African continent. What is it that we are doing from the UN to ensure that the people of Western Sahara realize their freedom? What are we doing as the United Nations to ensure that the Palestinian people realize their motherland, Palestina. So I think it is important that at the end of the day, at a multilateral level, we confront these issues and we confront them genuinely in the same way that we fought against apartheid, and the entire world, the international community, African countries fought and sacrificed for South Africa to be free. I think South Africa is saying we cannot be truly free as long as our brothers and sisters in Western Sahara are not free, as long as our brothers and sisters, the Palestinian people, are not free. Those are the issues that we need to look at the multilateral level. But I also want to say to my son here, and the second son there, they are raising very important issues. He says in Uganda, 77% of the population are young people. That is a mouthful. And where are these young people? Unemployed, in the streets. Some of them I've met, they have master's degrees, 2 master's degrees, highly educated young people. What are we doing to empower these young people? This is a very important resource, not only for Africa. You know, my sisters are not there, but I see His Excellency, the representative of EU. They are looking for truck drivers. They are not only looking for truck drivers, Canada, America, they don't have people to work because I think the ladies in Europe are saying no more children. One is enough. One is enough if you are lucky, or 2. Here in Africa, we are the ones that have the future population of the world, not only Africa. My son here says Africa has the future population. We also have a responsibility to assist our brothers and sisters in Europe. They are aging. Most of them are my age or even more. So I am saying that therefore we have a responsibility, not only African leaders and governments, but also the United Nations, the European Union, all of us, to educate our children on the African continent and other countries. We must empower them with skills. Right now, we're talking about the 4th revolution. Where are we in Africa? We don't have the internet, we don't have computers, and so on and so on. So what are we doing to ensure that a child in rural Makassar is at the same level and has got access? Right now, we're talking about online education. What is that? Is it happening in Africa? This online education, is it possible, really? So we have a responsibility, all of us, to ensure that our children go to school, our children are educated, our children, for the future of the world, not only Africa. Europe needs us. Asia needs us. They are aging there also. We are the young continent of the world, therefore we must take that responsibility to educate our young people to help the world tomorrow. And we're calling on Europe, we're calling on the UN to assist us to do all those things. He was talking about opportunities, training, and so on, ICT, and so on. We must train our young people so that they can take over these economies that are aging. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. In many ways, I think we're very blessed, maybe sometimes a little too blessed with how many children we have. But yes, we're all stakeholders and everyone needs to be represented, but also have a voice. Back to you, Tony. You gave very, very real examples. You brought it right down to the communities, brought it to the ground. And in your opinion, how can the UN system and partners basically support and help with the recovery because of COVID-19?
Thank you, Crystal. Thank you, Crystal. I probably want to start by saying, or emphasizing what Mama has said. Now I'll call her Mama because she called me her son. We're a young continent. I was actually starting to think I'm really young, but my gray hair kind of separates me from that youngness. But I think the greatest opportunity here is working with the young people. We cannot deny that fact. If we're 77%, or the population has 77% young people, can we apportion more support to that 77% as compared to apportioning more support to the other percentage, which is, like Mama said, growing old? Okay? Because I think these are realities in equity of budgeting and attention as well given to that. I mean, if I asked a question, for instance, how much funding is given to the youth and gender docket in this country? Can we start from there? How many programs do we have, and what are the budgets, apart from the small workshopping in the hotels and smiling for photo shoots after, are we allocating for tangible programs to support young people? That's a crazy one, you know? So we cannot talk about economic development. We cannot talk about SDGs and the growth without focusing on, first of all, the equity in budgeting. We've talked about the allocations of vaccines and why that is not fair. Okay, that's not fair. But how about we also now talk about fairness in terms of dealing with issues that are pro-youth, pro-young people, pro-developmental? Now, I'm glad to say that, and I'm happy again as well to also mention, you know, everyone has been mentioning about how there are women in this government, this ministry, and so on and so forth. At Stanbic, actually, my CE is here. She's the first woman CE at Stanbic Bank. We should clap to that. But you see, with the bank, the business incubator has said, how do we support the young people more? And that is why in a collaboration with the UN, we said, let's focus on women and youth. Let's also remember that women are always the marginalized in the society. In the oil and gas sector, no one is really critically thinking about the issues of women apart from the fact that, you know, they will provide support services. No one is talking about them providing tangible services. With these relationships, we can go into areas that are ring-fenced or have a lot of women and youth. Agriculture, for instance. Everyone is talking about, and one of the positives probably of COVID is the fact that agriculture became the most highlighted area for engagement. Everything stopped, but people had to eat. The president even said border borders could move to bring food. Not people, but food. Now, if that is an area that has so many women and youth, how about we apportion so much attention and budgeting to it? In the collaborations that we're doing as private sector, the Stanbic Bank and the other agencies, we are working towards supporting SACCOs, for instance. Now, you need to also remember, SACCOs are a great area where women and youth are. In my village in Lira, unfortunately, most men spend most of the day drinking. The women are in their fields, working hard and saving as much money, joining SACCOs. How can we change, or why shouldn't that be the next conversation in terms of changing the narrative? So, what I believe can be the best way in which the UN can come into this situation is saying, let's give favorable attention to areas that have women and youth. Now, if we are going to do that, we need to have the listening ear. A lot of the time, as agencies or as organizations, we go into communities to tell them what to do. You go, you arrange a workshop, which is supposed to be a stakeholder engagement, but you're telling them what to do. That's not stakeholder engagement. It's now time for us to have conversations. And that's why I began with saying our emphasis should now be on empathy. Let's stop talking resilience. Let's stop talking be strong, be hard. Let's listen and empathize and walk the journey with a lot of the agencies or entities or women and youth who are going through a lot of trying times. That is the only way we can uplift each other. But if we come in with this savior mentality, I have come with a program to make you better, you should do this. That's why most programs are not working. So it's really about going back to listen, 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 and collaborate. And finally, I think we're coming to a point where competition doesn't need to be the norm anymore. We now need to start thinking about creating synergies for the common good. Like someone mentioned earlier, I think it was Mr. Munir, who said if one part of the body is sick, the whole body is sick. Oh, it was you, Mama, right? Yes. The whole body is sick. So if you think that you are doing well and you are ticking all the boxes because you're an agency that is doing best in the community and the others are not doing well, the community will still have issues. So collaboration, empathy should be the ways in which we should move forward. And I believe the UN, in terms of getting into the 76th year, should really focus on ways of providing avenues for this collaboration, avenues for these synergies, so we can have a great economy, a great country, a great people, and a nation or a continent or a world which is really favorable in the eyes of our beholder. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I like that you talked about agriculture. For the longest time, there were all these campaigns trying to make agriculture look sexy. And in the last few years, that is what we have seen. A lot more people are looking because, as you said, as a world, we have to eat. That is without a doubt. Edwin, I could see you were itching to jump into this discussion and to add your comments. In your opinion, how can the UN system and partners help, especially with the recovery, and assist the youth in this COVID-19 pandemic?
So much, again, moderator. I think Mama here has really explained it very well. That unless you want an economy, a very strong economy, and unless you want development for not only Africa but for the world, then young people must be empowered, supported. Now, you find that young people are actually in all sectors. They are in agriculture. They are actually dominating agriculture. You look at young people in different rural areas, you'll find a young person. As I speak right now, there is a young person in their garden. As I speak right now, there is a young person actually cutting down a tree to burn charcoal because he's looking for a livelihood. Look at the transport sector. Over 60%, I think, is dominated by the young people, especially those who are riding borders. And you know what is happening? They are selling their plots of land, and they want money, quick money, to sustain them. Some of them have been affected by COVID-19. They are no longer in school, they are home. Some of them that have been running their small business enterprises, they have been forced to close. They are home. Where are we putting these young people? If the development partners, governments do not support and look at the young people and empower them, build their capacity, train them, skill them, where would we be in the next 20, 30 years? I'm happy that the Stanbic Bank business incubator is really helping young people. Just about 2 weeks ago, I think I visited the business incubator. Thanks, Tony. You're doing a great job. They are training young people in different aspects. Young people love ICT. Every young person right now holds a smartphone. Okay, not all of them, but the majority. They have a smartphone. Some of them actually train themselves on how even to develop apps to monitor certain things. Look at the border, the safe border, the safe border. These are young innovators. But there are majority out there. I was surprised just about some time ago, I jumped on a border board and had the conversation with this young person. I found out that the young man has a master's in environment and natural resource, master's degree. And the guy is riding a border. I told him, why? What's happened? He said, I can't find a job. If I could not even have an opportunity to do my internship, imagine. Young people are not given these opportunities. Recently, I helped a young person who is doing a bachelor's degree in environmental science and petroleum, something in MAST. He said, Edwin, I know you are one of the national youth leaders. You've really been bringing us together. You've encouraged us. But I have tried my best to look for an internship opportunity. I have failed. And the university, Mbara University of Science and Technology, requires me to actually hand over an internship report. So I said, my God, I just called somebody in Nema, and I pleaded with this person until when I drove there and asked for an opportunity to have this young person deliver a report. And as I speak right now, the young person is doing his internship. You can imagine. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we should not only be invited to participate as young people and make your rooms full. No, Not at all. We must be involved in some of these critical discussions at actually all levels. We will be living for the next 30 years, I can assure you. But you guys right here in the room, Mama, okay, I pray you live. But that's it. That's the fact. For the next 30 years, Mzee, where will you be? But have you empowered your son, your daughter? Have you skilled this person? What Tony is talking about is actually good. Skill us, empower us, and leave us to survive in the world. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you, Edwin. Hey, you had to go there. But you're absolutely right. We have to lay that foundation. I mean, you cannot have a successful program or plan if you do not plan for the next how many years and the next generation. I'm happy to say that Professor Mandutia Ndebesa is joining us online. He's formerly with the Department of Development Studies at Makerere University. As we just pretty much wrap up our panel discussion, Professor Ndebesa, I'd like to just ask you, in your opinion, what can be done? We've been asking how the UN agencies and partners can support people on the ground, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. So in your opinion, what needs to be done for this to happen and to promote multilateralism in the world today?
Thank you. I hope you can get me clearly.
We can hear you, yes.
I have some problems of internet connections, but can you hear me now? Forget about the video.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you, thank you. You were asking that.
I was asking, we're talking
Repeat your question, madam.
Okay, we are asking how the UN and partners can basically support and help in the recovery that has affected so many people in this time during the COVID-19 pandemic. What do you think can be done?
Thank you. Yes, I know that COVID-19 has affected us drastically and we need some hand to lift us up. But let's talk about priorities of priorities. I think what can be done now is the UN and its associated partners to step up the vaccine availability and to lower all this vaccine appetite, as people have talked about it, so that very many people, citizens, get vaccinated, and the lockdown is lifted, and the people go back to their businesses. But also, if the UN can come in to assist in promoting or assisting, whether financially or otherwise, the issue of education, because education has been fundamentally negatively affected. And you know, education is very important. We are living in the knowledge age. And once we are left behind in the knowledge age, then Uganda and Africa will still remain behind. And education has been very, 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 very much negatively impacted.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for your comments. I'd like to come back to you, Rita. Yes, education is something that is concerning each and every one of us right now, especially in Uganda where schools are closed. And you mentioned the crisis that we're facing as a country, where we have so many young girls, actually children who are mothers right now, so many children who are pregnant right now. And there's always going to be that difference where you're a young mother, but the father of your child, even if he's the same age, he can go back to school, life can continue. So in your opinion, how can, again, the same question, how can the UN and partners support young girls, especially during this COVID-19 pandemic, especially when education is such a priority?
Thank you. I know for sure that we have a huge number of girls, children, who have dropped out of school, who definitely have a very bleak future. And as we talk about vaccine equity, one of the things I would like to recommend is that we, or the UN, needs to review the targets for SDGs, given the pandemic, and provide affirmative mechanisms if at all we are going to achieve the target, especially SDG 5. Because the number of girls who have dropped out of school are definitely going to drag us backwards. And this group of girls are not going to catch up with the rest. Those who have had the opportunity to do online or otherwise, therefore there's need for affirmative action that the UN can drive. But that, for us as a country and our government, needs to also prioritize that. These are girls that are definitely going to need an affirmative action to try and catch up with the rest. The other thing is what everybody else has talked about here, the issue of peace and security, the threat that we're having nationally but also globally, that the UN can amplify. We don't want to go back into that. And we all know when there is conflict, it's women who suffer most. Women are the ones, first and foremost, abused. Their bodies become the battleground. We've had women who are raped in all ways and forms that you don't want to imagine. If you read the stories, the testimonies of women who have survived the wars in this country, you don't want to get back there. Therefore, the UN Resolution 1325 needs to be an emphasis going forward. The one thing that takes me back home is the issue of the youth. Everybody talks about youth. When you talk about youth, if you ask any Ugandan here in their local language, who is the youth? The youth have a male face. Yes. If I am a girl of 22, 24, and I have a baby, I go for a youth meeting with Tony, with the same boy who is 24, 25, who is my boyfriend or husband, it's very likely I'll be told that I'm not a youth because I have a baby. What am I trying to drive at? We need to utilize gender statistics. Who are these youth we are talking about? The 77% youth we are talking about, close to 52% are girls or female youth. Are the investments made for the youth reflective of the gender statistics? So it's very important for us to be looking, and the UN needs to take that into consideration, and all development partners, government, and of course those of us in civil society. The other recommendation I would like to talk about is supporting the fourth estate. We need to build citizenry agency. In Uganda, we have this common say in central here, government atuyambe. Basically meaning government should help us. And why do we continue saying government atuyambe? Because we don't have the citizens agency. Everybody is looking to government. Citizens have rights and responsibilities. But how much have we invested in the angle of the citizens taking up their responsibility to be part of that governance? So that is something that the UN could interest itself in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to say a very big thank you to all our panelists. And I'd like to open the floor now for your questions. I am going to come down to you. I'm going to grab my nice little sanitizer so I can share the mic. So Please let me know and I'll walk around the room to take your questions. I'll start right here.
Thank you so much, Crystal, and thank you to the panelists. I'm Doreen Gift Bujingo, part of the Youth Coalition, and an ICT infrastructure engineer. Thank you so much for at least pointing out that the youth need to be engaged even in such fora, like my president has already correctly iterated. I would like to, this being a UN Day, I don't know how I would correctly say it because I know at least UN has UNICEF for the guidance of the health part, and then there is the ITU with the telecoms. Maybe there is need for a similar structure in regards to industrialization and empowering the youth in skilling. Because you see, if we have issues like getting internships or allocating the spaces, because I don't think the countries do not have the jobs. It's just that there's no particular system, advisory and recommendatory, to match the jobs and the youth. So maybe there's a special delegation needed in that manner. And then my other question goes to the Stanbic representative. Thank you so much for the accelerator programs. I think I'm among the beneficiaries. But then I would like to ask the government, or at least you to engage the government, because you have empowered us, you have skilled us, but we are broke. We want to actively put that into practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to ask that we take about 5 questions, and then we'll have our panelists respond to those questions. Unfortunately, we're trying to keep with our time. Also, I've been informed that I have a lovely lady here with a microphone as well. So I'll ask if you can go to that side of the room to take up our next question.
Thank you. Thank you very much. 76 years ago, the United Nations was created as a vehicle of hope for a world emerging from the shadow of catastrophic conflicts. Today, Uganda is facing the effects of conflicts from other parts of the world. This goes to the High Commission of South Africa. How can the government of Uganda, through the UN system, copy what South Africa has been able to achieve from the days of Nelson Mandela, of a smooth transition? Because this, as young people, most of them are demanding for change. They believe they haven't seen another government. We may underscore it, but it's a reality. So how can the UN help government negotiate this out? Because we shouldn't wait for worst situations to intervene. You don't have to be in the spotlight, but you need to intervene earlier. The red flag is up. So if you don't intervene at an earlier stage, we may have future crises. How can we, from South Africa's example, how can we copy that? Secondly and lastly, this is the 4th industrial revolution that the world is going through. Internet and data usage is a new factor of production. Today in Uganda, we have a 12% tax on data. For us, we use data. You know, Uganda depends on services, not on agriculture, as you all assume. The country is surviving on services. And for us as young people and the generations before us, data is very key. So now if you charge this kind of percent on data, how are we going to deliver our services? How are we going to sell our products on the market? So through the UN, we are requesting government to reduce this data. It's too high. And we are also asking that you officially open Facebook, because it's our medium of marketing our products, and it is closed up to date. So kindly intervene in these factors with all due respect. The Secretary General of United Nations this year said peace, development, and opportunities for all is a reality, and it has no expiry date. So we are, as the young people, we are committed to this cause. But we don't need handouts. We need a good environment to do our business. We don't need to be bought. We just need that environment of access to information, access to data. So that's what we are asking of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I hope our panelists are keeping track of the questions. Would you like to answer those now before we take our next questions? So, Tony, I'll ask you to respond.
I think mine was just one question, and it was from. And I'm very delighted, actually, as a matter of fact, to see the outreach that we've done. You know, away from Kampala into the regions and all over the country. I'm very delighted that we're part of your fabric as well as an entrepreneur. That's very, very amazing. One of the things that we have emphasized is, you know, yesterday someone said, I think it was Sika Japheth at the conversation, saying, entrepreneurs are tired of mentorship. We've over-mentored them, and now they want money. And it's true, you know, sometimes with this fatigue of mentorship, it gets to a certain point. What we have done as Stanbic is to support them with small grants. But also on top of supporting them with small grants, we are supporting them with very subsidized loan facilities. And especially as well also through the SACCO arrangements and the group arrangements. But you see, that is just one entity. We're a nation of over 40 million people. Out of that, pretty much half are entrepreneurs needing that support. So I think it comes back again to our collaborations with the different entities. And like I said before, we need to start collaborating. And I think with government, we need to really have these conversations. These programs that are going around, the government programs, Yoga, you know, and all of these things, they are great. But some of them, and the reason why some of them are having issues is because they're not structured. And we are simply saying, let's work together, create a better synergy, structure them better, and really involve as many young people. I think that for me would be the best way to go, collaborations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to ask Your Excellency to respond to the question that was directed to you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. That is a very difficult question. I think I must ask my leader here, the Dean, to help me. But maybe what I can say is, let me share about the days of my youth, long time ago, what we used to do. We were faced with a racist regime, the apartheid regime, that was very repressive. We fought. Some of us were fighting outside the country. Some of us were in the country. And as a student, young girl, we would run in Soweto, demonstrate. The police would come for us with their dogs and bullets. And the only thing we had was stones, so we were throwing stones at them. And when they were chasing us, we ran to the next house and we hide. Some of us were killed, shot and killed, and so on. Some of us continued to say we want Nelson Mandela is our leader. He must be released from jail. And we went out, our leaders went to your countries, our leaders went to the international community, to the United Nations, and apartheid was declared a crime against humanity. Because of the mobilization that we did, negotiating, lobbying various friends of South Africa, the anti-apartheid movement, and African countries actually were in the forefront of the fight against apartheid. There was a stage where we took up arms. Umkhonto wesizwe, some of our soldiers were here in Lueloro and were trained by the Honorable President of Uganda, President Museveni. We are forever grateful for his support and the support of the people of Uganda. Then there came a stage where we said, we're not going anywhere, people are dying. The apartheid regime, apartheid women, You know, women are powerful. They have a lot of power. You may think they are soft and so on. But the women, Afrikaner women said, enough is enough. Our boys are dying in the border. The only thing, Mr. Foster or Mr. Ditlek, you are bringing back home body bags of our children. We are tired now of this war. It must come to an end. The international community had declared sanctions against South Africa, and at that stage, the government of South Africa could not continue in isolation. Therefore, there were negotiations, engagements. Mandela was released. Thabo Mbeki and the rest of them were allowed to return from exile. There were talks and negotiations. And so at the end of the day, South Africa became free because of all the support and the engagement that was there. I want to say that your country here is a free country. If it is not free for you or democratic enough, you must engage. He has said, my son here says, 77% of the population are young people. We have to engage the young people because the future belongs to them. We have to engage the women because they are the pillars of the economy, the pillars of families. You empower a woman, you empower the community. He has said that his friends, they sit at the bar. When they get money, they go to the bar, to the pub, they drink their money. When you give a woman a job, she will make sure there's bread and milk and food on the table. So those are very important stakeholders. We have to engage them and say, what are the challenges? We talk to her and the group of women that are here and say they must feel free. Our young people must feel free. You know, in South Africa, we have our own Bobby Wine. He is called Julius Malema. He wears a red cap and red overalls in parliament. He goes to parliament and tells my president, you have failed, please, you must resign. He goes to the newspapers, he says what he wants to say. So what I'm saying is, we must engage young people, we must engage the women, we must engage the communities and give them a platform to express themselves so that if there are changes that should come, they should come peacefully. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sharing that. A bit of your story and that fundamental moment in history, and of course handling a very delicate question, I must say, very delicate. I'd like to take about 2-3 more questions before we wrap up our panel discussion.
Hello, thank you very much. It's my request that I do something today, the fact that we are celebrating the 76 years. Could you allow the lights to be off? Because it's where my story begins. Can it be off?
You're asking for the lights to be
off.
Off, completely.
Yeah. I'm going to do something small, but we realize where the country, which is Uganda today, going. I represent the coalition from Western Uganda. My name is Angus Nasasser. How I wish everything here is done. Is there any way we can get the lights off? No.
I don't think so, no. That's not possible.
That's very fine. Do you see this paper? Do you see that I'm holding my paper here today? It's good that the minister is here. This is a teenage girl in Uganda today. Her life was straight. I think you saw the why I came here. It's good I see you, sir, today. My president is here. So this is our teenage girl who has gotten pregnant. The life of Ugandans today, and we are here celebrating 75 years, which is good. We speak about quality education. I've moved the quote last week, I think, when I was on NTV, that if we continue closing schools, we shall open 2 doors. Door number 1 is we are opening the hospitals for the girls to produce and opening the prisons for the boys to get into prison. My girl is here. I think I called her to attend to our breakfast, but she was so tight. But the girl is still here, and this is our Uganda. We are 75% here in Uganda today, But today we are celebrating the 75%. Sorry, the 75
76.
76 of UN. Yeah, UN has done a lot, I believe, and there is something that I've picked. How I wish the lights were off, that I can show you where someone in Kasese, someone in Karamoja, someone in Diantonde is like this today. It's right that we are celebrating the 76 years. I've met her. Thanks for everything you're doing. But I want us now to drive our minds to helping this one girl. For quality education, madam, the quality education we need through you and him is that we need UG pads. Most of the girls are not going back to school because they don't have pads. We have the condoms here. Can we think about this girl who is pregnant today? How many girls are like this today, surely? Honorable Minister, that's the question to you. So as we celebrate today, my argument and recommendation to everyone here, from the UN, the ministers around, is that can we think to save this one girl and leave what is in office?
Okay.
About SDG number 2, which is poverty, sorry, SDG number 1.
Please make it brief.
The lights are on. And the last thing I would have from the coalition today, representing the people from Western Uganda and other members, is this. Can you please save us? 25% of Ugandans today, who are the young people, are pregnant. Can you think about that? Can we think about pads to save these young girls? Thank you very much. May God bless you.
Thank you very much for that very passionate plea. We've had a lot of conversation around the youth, and especially women and young girls. That is something that I think we will all take away from. Would you like to make a comment?
Thank you very much. This is on point. And I feel very emotional when it comes to the issue of teenage pregnancies. It's the epidemic that Uganda is going through at the moment. And I earlier spoke about how COVID has shown that humanity is in crisis. And this is a very good example to show that humanity is in crisis. But I also want to make here a request to the young people. The young people in this room who are well educated, and I must tell you, you are very privileged to be in this room. And you have been fairly and reasonably asking Mose, like myself, to pass on the leadership, the skills, and make space for you. But trust me, you also have a bigger responsibility than the Mose's responsibility, than the state's, the government responsibility towards the same teenage girls we are talking about. If I go now as a Mose to speak to a teenage boy or girl, they wouldn't listen to me as much as they would listen to you because of the age barrier. It's your responsibility to change the society. Not everything we talk about is the responsibility of the UN or of the government. What is very important to know, number one, things that needs to be changed. Number one, we're still in some parts of Uganda, and definitely in other parts of Africa, but in Uganda, young people like yourself sitting here, they abduct girls, they force them into sex to claim them as their wives. You guys have to stop this. You have to go out and speak to these young fellows of yours, change their mindsets, educate them. Secondly, the majority of the young boys and girls who are engaged in unsafe sex and they are ending up in unwanted pregnancies, sexually transmitted diseases, they are ignorant even if they are going to school, ignorant of specific life skills. They don't know how to protect themselves from sexually transmitted diseases, from unwanted pregnancies. The schools have limitations, unfortunately, in teaching them, which are very regrettable. But it's you who can reach out to them and educate them and create among them the awareness that would allow them to protect themselves. There are other things that UNICEF and other UN agencies like UNFPA and the whole of the UN system are currently discussing with the government on how to deal with this epidemic. But trust me, the first line of response is the young people in this room. We may have failed you as Moses, but please Don't fail the adolescent girls you have shown us as a trash. Pick her up. Make her feel her human worth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That is a challenge, that is a request, but that's also tough love. And we can't move forward without tough love. Yes? Tough love is very important in terms of this conversation and how we can build back to where we want to be, to achieving the SDGs despite this pandemic and everything that has come with it. We are just about to wrap up our panel discussion. I'll take just one last question. I think that's from the gentleman over here. Final question. Oh, sorry. Okay, there's a lady over there. Please forgive me.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Linda Abeda. I represent AnniversaryOf, the video that you watched earlier on. And then also I'm the head of partnerships and publicity for the Youth Coalition for the SDGs. I want to first thank Mr. Tony for the program of the Stand Big Incubator. I've been part of it from the very beginning, and it has been very instrumental in helping my company grow. So thank you so much for that. You guys are doing some very good job. And now going to what you said, you mentioned something about empathy, and then also listening to the young people. You know, we have so many programs in this country that we claim are for the young people, but do we listen to them before we pass on these programs? And then also there is the issue of the inclusion of young people when it comes to access to investment capital. You have trained us, it's a very good thing. That we have benefited from the training, which is a good thing. We have structured our companies. We have made them investment ready, but is the capital really there for the young people? I've been seeing, thank you so much. I've been seeing there's a lot of money around. They say that it's for the young people, but how many young people are actually accessing these funds? When you talk about, I saw the fund from, UDB, but look at what they're asking for the collateral. How many young people actually have that collateral that you're talking about? How many? How many have that collateral? And then, yes, I understand that we are focusing on investment and funding and all these access to finances in line with NDP3, which is the agriculture. It is very good, right? But are we really listening to the young people who make up more than 77% of the population? Are all of them interested in agriculture? And then also, if not all of them are interested in agriculture, how are we helping these other people grow their companies? How are we making the finances accessible to them? I do see a lot of programs, and when I tell young people to participate, they're like, which young person have you seen has actually got those funds that they're talking about? Those are lies. Now, that is what young people say, and we are busy telling them, you know what, there is this program for the young people, there is this opportunity for the young people. But are we actually helping the young people? Are we really helping them? So for me, my question would be, what kind of policies can we put in place for the young people who are starting out in business, for startups? I was doing research, and I think countries like America, they have a very good system for startups. I was shocked to find out that Facebook actually ran for 7 years when they're not making any profits. You see, times have changed. It's no longer like, you know what, do your small business and hustle. Nowadays, you really need the capital. What about those people who are not only in agriculture, but they're also doing some other thing? What policies are there to favor them? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we'll take our final question and then ask the panelists to respond. Please spray the mic. Thank you.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. I'm Douglas Opio from the Federation of Uganda Employers. So delighted to be celebrating the 76 years. And my question will go to my friend, Tony. I know you're doing a very good job. I appreciate very much the meaningful jobs you're creating and directly contributing to SDG 8. But my question to you is, what should a young entrepreneur do to ensure that their business can survive during this time? Because as you already know, even before the pandemic, most of our businesses, close to 80%, were collapsing within just 2 years. Now, I know you can't take all of them into your incubator, but if you were to advise them out there, what do they need to do to move forward during this difficult time? Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much. So, Tony, I believe my questions are directed to you.
I wasn't given the memo that the firing line would be pointing to me for this. But my sister, I really feel what you're saying. And actually, that is one of the biggest problems we're trying to solution for. You know, it's kind of like teaching you how to... My father told me that in the 60s, before they flew out, he went to Agriculture College in Denmark. Before they flew out, they had a 1-week training course on how to use cutlery and etiquette. And of course, that was to support them on, how they would, behave while away. We have trained you how to enjoy a great meal, but we are not providing the meal. And I think that is one of the biggest challenges that we need to solution for. But I also want to say, in our small way, as the Stand Big brand, we have come out to say, forget about what's happening out there. Forget about what the market is doing. Let's create loans that are cheap. Let's create grants that can be a starter. And the idea here is to tease the market and say, can the other people come on board, like-minded people who are still on the fringes and uncertain of jumping in because they're not sure of how this thing can work? And Sheila, I'm happy you're here. You remember where we started from. From that small conversation, I think Anu had just come in Serena, and we were saying, how do we support the young people? Because we're uncertain of what's going to happen. You have very many amazing ideas. I can guarantee you, if we called for a hackathon today and told young people to bring their business ideas, it's crazy. We recently did a hackathon with UNDP, 4,000 plus ideas, which, if just incentivized with funding, would create a crazy spiral. So, honorable ministers as well, let us also focus on the local talent. I know we have this whole attention to international and foreign investment, but we can create this talent here that can go out into different countries and be those foreign investors.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but please allow me to welcome our guest of honor here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, the third Deputy Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Rukia Nakadama. You are very, very welcome. Can I ask everyone to stand for the national anthem? Please, may you stand for the national anthem. You may be seated. Thank you very much. To our guest of honor, thank you for joining us. As we wrap up our panel discussion, we have been talking about achieving the SDGs amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, and a lot of this discussion today has been revolving around young women, girls, and the youth and getting them involved in the discussions and having examples, opportunities that can be taken up to move forward. I'll ask Mr. Tony Otoa to wrap up with your response, and then we will hear the final comments from our panelists. I'll ask that you are all brief. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Crystal. So I was just going to end by saying, let's have a conversation actually beyond here, and I would be very delighted to sit down with you and have a conversation on, what we can do and how we can support you better. I think, again, like I said, we want to listen, we want to engage with you, we want you to advise us on whether what we're doing is working best, but also work with you on what can be a better option. I mean, what we have always believed at Stanbic is it can be, and anyone can have the best solution that can be, so we can work on that together. My brother, it's very, very difficult to say or to have a silver bullet for how best an SME can operate to survive, to thrive. There's so many different ways they can do that. But I think one of the best things that can happen today, if we're talking fourth industrial revolution, if we're talking about having more goods and e-commerce and having the informal economy, becoming or taking shape, we really have to answer certain questions. Are we creating the right environment for that or for those SMEs to thrive? Right now, more than ever in the last 2 years, the gig economy has grown exponentially. It's no longer the formal economy. The gig economy has grown exponentially. But are we providing the favorable conditions for that? And probably my plea to the government is, let's think about avenues like social media. How can we open them up so that so many young people can get to sell their goods, can get to work on their products, can get to share ideas with the world in regard to what they're doing? We cannot work in isolation anymore. We have to appreciate that. We need to embrace technology and embrace the opportunities to collaborate, create synergies for the greater of our people, or the greater good of our people, and the world at large. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tony. As we wrap up the panel discussion, I'd like to ask you, Rita, to make your final remarks.
Thank you, Crystal. Besides, of course, congratulating the UN family for the 76 years, walking away from here today, I think each and every one of us needs to go away with a reflection of the impact and the exposure the pandemic has caused to us as a global family. But as I said earlier on, let's flash a little bit more light and torch on women and girls in our response in addressing the challenges that the pandemic has brought. We've seen a lot of reversals in the last 1 year or so in regards to the gender progress we've made. Poverty, it has a feminine face, and this has been made worse. We've all heard about the teenage pregnancies, the marriages, and the deaths. Of course, the more younger children get married, the higher our maternal mortality rate also goes up. I would also like to thank the UN family, as I said earlier on, for setting the standards and space for women's rights and gender equality. That as a country, of course, we've taken a lot of the standards set in terms of our laws and policies and programs, but also as a country, and a request to government is to ensure that beyond the laws and policies that we have on paper, they are actually implemented through resource allocation. And I go back to say this resource allocation should or must be informed by gender statistics. It's not enough to say we've given money for Emi Yoga. Who exactly is getting this money? It's not enough to say we've given money to the youth. Which youth are you talking about? 52% of the youth are women. And that, until we appreciate that gender statistics play a crucial role, we will not be making the mileage we'd like to achieve. And finally, This pandemic is bigger than any of us, not even as countries, and therefore there's need for us to join hands. Join hands as a global citizenry, the UN, our development partners, government, and civil society. It's very crucial that we appreciate each other's role. Thank you very much for God and my country.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And over to you, Doctor, if you can also make your final remarks.
Thank you very much. I must say that the UN has achieved a lot due to the member states. As I mentioned earlier, the UN as an organization, as a system, was created after the Second World War. The UN as a system has helped the globe to maintain peace and security. We have averted a Third World War. The UN has done extremely well in mobilizing the resources and the energy and the commitment at the global level to address issues of inequity between the North and the South. As I mentioned, 2020 is about $155 billion. So this is really very much appreciated in my view, and it has done a lot. So many things that people enjoy nowadays, and they don't know that the UN organization and system is behind it. If we look at the 8 years in 11 countries, I feel I'm proud of what I have done and my contributions, and I believe I have been also very much privileged to be part of the UN system over the years. And I look for the young generation sitting here to complete that journey that the UN started over 75 years ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And to the President of the Youth Coalition.
Thank you so much, moderator. Thank you very much. Again, I think on behalf of the young people of this country, I must say many thanks to the UN system, but also to government for giving us such a great platform. But also want to encourage young people that what my father here has said is very critical about our mindset change. We must work around our mindset change, colleagues, young people. If you want to really make great impact in your lives, there are certain things we must do away with, and there are certain things that we must embrace such that we make a very significant life. But also, I want to, again, encourage you young people that don't lose hope. There are a number of things that are happening. Government is really undertaking a number of interventions to support young people. I wanted to really commend the Ministry of Gender. I've just seen our permanent secretary here in the house. There is a very great program about the Green Jobs program, which is really supporting young people. Young people have been skilled in green enterprises, but also it is supporting graduate volunteers. We have a scheme, and I want to appreciate UN system again, particularly the UNDP, which supported the graduate volunteer scheme. And this scheme has been placing fresh graduates and skilling them with employability skills. So I really want to appreciate all that. But also, the young people involved in the informal sector, there is a Jua Card program still under the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development that is supporting these informal sector groups of young people and women to make money and support their livelihoods. So I really want to encourage you, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow colleagues, the young people of this country. I know we are challenged in different ways, but don't lose hope. We only encourage our development partners, continue supporting young people, don't lose morale. Don't look as young people as chaotic, as those who are threatening governments to be overthrown or this and that, or cause chaos, or maybe blast bombs or this and that. No, they are very organized young people in society and in Uganda. So thank you once again. Thank you, colleagues, and congratulations the UN system on this day. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. And we will wrap up with the final remarks from Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, honorable ministers, my colleague, ambassadors, high commissioners, country representative of the UN. Thank you very much for inviting us on this important day of celebration. And I want to congratulate the UN. They have achieved a lot in the last 76 years. There is a lot that has been done also through the SDGs, including education, health, and training, especially empowering our youth. Of course, more needs to be done in that area, not only by the UN, but also us as member states. I also want to congratulate our young people here who are leading the cause and ensuring that they organize the youth in this country and are contributing towards leadership in that regard. I want also to congratulate Stanbic Bank, the CEO, and my son there for a job well done. The national treasure, it's a global treasure that we have a responsibility over. I want to say, yes, we have achieved a lot on the SDGs, but the most important one for me is SDG 5. I went to New York, I fought for that SDG, and I'm very happy that today countries are implementing on gender equality, on the war against gender-based violence, on the economic empowerment of women. And I'm also happy to see young men standing here and fighting for the rights of young girls. And finally, I want to say thank you very much to the government of Uganda for also participating in this forum and ensuring that we have young people here who can speak for themselves and do a lot for all of us. But finally, to the young people, I want to say, yes, like my colleague, I have served my government for 28 years. Now, when I retire, I'm going to be a farmer. I know young people hate farming, but farming is the only sector or industry that has survived the pandemic, that has done well during the pandemic, because everybody must have a meal 3 times a day. How many eggs do they break every day here in this hotel? Where do they come from? How many chicken do they cook? And at the end of the day, who is producing this food? You have a wonderful country that is green everywhere I go, that has a lot of water. Nobody must be hungry here. Nobody must be poor in this country. With all this treasure that you have been blessed with. So I want to say to the young people there, we don't want farmers that are old and aging like me. We need young farmers that are vibrant, that are millionaires. Farming is a business. Farming is a science. So get in there and exploit this resource that you have been given by the Almighty. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the fight and for sharing your stories. And to all our panelists, please give them a round of applause. Thank you to all of you. You're free to exit the stage. You're free to exit the stage. Thank you again for the amazing discussion and all your contributions. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here today to talk about achieving the SDGs amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. Yes, round of applause for our panelists. They did amazing, didn't they? That was a fantastic discussion. Now we're going to have some brief entertainment. I would like to invite Destiny Gladys Chaiga. She works with the United Nations Association of Uganda, and she's a member of Echo Minds Poets, Uganda's first all-female poetry group. And she is coming on stage with Asiku Walter, who is a musician and music teacher at Bayimba Academy. Welcome to you both. equipment gets ready and set up, allow me to recognize the presence of the Senior Technical Advisor and Head of SDGs, that's SDG Secretary from the Office of the Prime Minister, Dr. Albert Yamugisha. Thank you so much for all that you are doing.
Resident coordinator and our invited guests. This piece is the dreams of our future. We rise and we will fall. I dream of us feeding many that poor, helping millions of those living hand to mouth to fish, stopping hunger, starvation, and malnutrition from churning more hungry tummies to ill health and grumbles, helping our health system become less of robbery scenes for medicines and treatment, better education becoming a song for every child. We dream of empty classrooms becoming history, absenteeism at a standstill. And what if we invested in seeing every child goes to school, and if we invested in all teachers' welfare? After all, poor education, having half-baked students, and young people graduating with less opportunities isn't a thing to glory in. What if gender prejudice no longer dents society's fiber of equity and equality? And what if we make clean water, sanitation, and energy something not just a dream for everyone? What if we make life on water and life on earth possible for everyone? What if we make climate action more and less of panel discussion, but mean execution of every resolution? Then perhaps Mother Nature will not act in fury for survival of revenge, burying those she holds dear. Then we can see life better. I dream of peace bells ringing across all countries, gunshots no longer raining like hailstones, and bombs no longer clapping like thunderclaps. I dream of us having to live with each other coherently without others using guns as means for democratic tool. We dream of us knowing that we are safe, from children to women to elders to young men to everybody in our society. The dreams we hold for our future. We dream that no longer refugees cry with tears drenched because of the dread of their surrounding. The dreams we hold. Yes, without peace, without strong institutions, without justice, sustainable development becomes a bluff. We know that we dream. We fall, but we rise. We fall, but we rise. We may fall only 7 times to injustice, crisis, pandemics, diseases, and even death, but we rise 17 times with the bravery and courage of a lioness defending its cubs. We rise with the joy and tenderness of a mother for its child. We rise with the courage and resilience of warriors at battlefields. We rise bringing back the rainbows in our faded, darkened skies. You see, we raise our peace flags even in the chaos. Because without this planet we call home, who are we to live in it? So we rise each time we fall. We rise for peace, for prosperity, for partnerships. We rise for the planet we call home. These are the dreams we hold, that when we fall, we rise. When we fall, we rise stronger together. Thank you.
Very big thank you to you, Destiny Gladys Tiger and Asiku Walter, for that beautiful poem. We rise. I love that. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure now to invite our speakers that we will be hearing from. They shall be joining us on stage. As I mentioned, I do have my little best friend here. And I'm just making sure I spray the mic, and for our speakers, I will leave it here for you to use as well. So allow me to welcome our first speaker now. That is a United Nations resident coordinator in Uganda. With the host government's approval, she commenced her tour of duty in Uganda on the 24th of June, 2021, about 4 months in. You are very welcome. Yes, I was getting ahead of myself. Please take a seat before you make your remarks. I'd like to ask all our speakers to first join us on stage. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Honorable Henry Okello Oryem. I'd like to ask you to join us as well. Yes, you're very welcome. Next, ladies and gentlemen, joining us on stage, the Right Honorable Justine Kasule Lumumba. She's the Minister for General Duties and Focal Point Minister for SDGs. You are very welcome. And finally, it gives me great pleasure to invite on stage the third Deputy Prime Minister, Right Honorable Rukia Nakadama. You're all very welcome. So, I would like to invite our first speaker to please feel free to come and join us, the United Nations Resident Coordinator in Uganda, Ms. Susan Ngongi Namondo.
Thank you so much. The Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, representing the Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Minister for General Duties and Focal Point Minister for SDGs, the Honorable Minister of State of Foreign Affairs, Your Excellencies, ambassadors and heads of missions, civil society and private sector representatives, all our distinguished guests, and of course my own dear UN colleagues, and standing on all established protocols, good morning. I am grateful to be here with everybody, present in person and online, as we hold this symbolic occasion here in Uganda to mark the birth of the United Nations. Sadly, of course, the commemoration is happening during very trying times. Even as we are able to thankfully gather in limited numbers, and there's more than a flicker of light at the end of the tunnel with increasing availability of vaccines, the COVID-19 pandemic and all the havoc it has caused, as we heard previously from the panel, is still being acutely felt. This commemoration marks the 76th anniversary of the signing of the UN Charter, the founding document of the United Nations. The day offers us an opportunity to amplify our common agenda and reaffirm the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. These principles and the timeless values of the United Nations are the indispensable foundations of a more peaceful, more prosperous, more just world. As relevant today as it was in 1945, in terms of the quality of coming together that the world needs. And also, of course, the principles are still relevant, even as we all know, and we have all witnessed, that collectively, it is difficult to always live up to our cherished values and behave in ways as nations that is coherent to our principles at all times. In his address to the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly, the UN Secretary General sounded the alarm for the world to wake up. The picture he painted was grim. In the way he characterized it, our world is moving towards the wrong direction. At the same time, as I assume we'll all agree, it is clear that the community of nations, all 193 member states, if we focus on what is obviously a common, immediate, and long-term strategic interest, we can solve our problems. Who is the UN? A lot of times when we talk about the UN, we refer to the UN system. Of course, the UN system, its agencies and its civil servants are stakeholders in the UN. But the UN is really its member states. And through its member states, its people. That is the United Nations. There are many global challenges facing us today. The three I choose to highlight very nicely coincides with what we heard from the panel. The first is the COVID-19 pandemic, obviously. The second is the climate crisis. And the third is the impact of inequalities and its link to issues like violent extremism. In Uganda, as everywhere, we have lost families, friends, colleagues due to the pandemic. We have seen increased violence in our homes, especially against women and children. And we have seen loss of incomes and livelihoods in our families and communities. Our children have been out of school. And overall, we have seen an erosion of some of the hard-won gains against our development goals and aspirations. Encouragingly in Uganda, and due to the government's own committed efforts and support from her development partners, we are seeing an availability of more vaccines. And so even though we still don't have all the vaccines we need, the priority now, as was mentioned earlier, is to make sure that the available vaccines are wisely used and that all priority persons in Uganda, and priority means based on their vulnerability to the disease, that all priority persons get vaccinated and that we successfully tackle issues that are remaining about vaccine hesitancy. And of course, as we have all learned, we cannot only focus on the COVID situation within our own borders, but must necessarily be concerned about all priority persons elsewhere getting their vaccines, as we know that none of us are truly safe until all of us are safe. And it is also now abundantly clear 2 years in that we were not prepared for the pandemic. We were warned by experts and the institutions that we have in place to think about these possibilities of such events, but we did not hear them. I hope now we can all ensure we learn the lessons that need to be learned, and these lessons might be different for different regions of the world, that we are better prepared for future pandemics, because we should assume that we will have future pandemics. Equally urgent, of course, is the climate crisis. Every week, more or less, since my arrival in Kampala 4 months ago, when I open the newspapers, I read about floods and disasters and the devastating impacts they're having on people's lives. In my previous duty station, which was Eritrea, we had the opposite problem. The rains from time to time will not show up when they were expected to show up. And these experiences are very common everywhere now. The earth is heating up due to our human activities, and we urgently have to slow it down. And the third issue that I would like to highlight, which also came out in the panel discussion, is that of inequalities. Inequalities in its various forms is an issue that will define our time. The pandemic has shone a light on inequality between countries. But income inequality within countries is also rising, and frankly, this is the form of inequality people tend to feel most. And of course, inequalities are not just driven and measured by income, but are determined by other factors as well, such as gender, age, disability, geographic origin, etc. These and similar factors determine inequalities of opportunity between and within countries. And where there is excessive inequality of opportunity, when people feel prospects for future are dismal, it becomes fertile breeding ground for extremism, terrorism, conflict. Confronting inequalities is the rallying cry of Agenda 2030. Leave no one behind. And considering all the challenges we see in this regard, I hope, especially after the last 2 years, we're all really we can all more effectively rally behind this call, and we feel the urgency of rallying behind this call. These 3 issues I have highlighted are all as relevant globally as they are relevant in Uganda. We urgently need to address them to get back on track towards the Sustainable Development Goals. Already we were behind before the pandemic. Now we're even more behind. In Uganda's case, addressing these issues is what will spur the country to a more prosperous middle-income country status. Tackling these issues globally and nationally is, of course, not going to be easy, especially in the current context of severely shrunk fiscal spaces, disrupted supply chains, and fragmented political unity. Effectively tackling these issues nationally may require better focus on prioritization in some cases of the development action that we plan to do, bolder policy choices in others. And in Uganda and elsewhere, perhaps we should also invest in improved dialogue and coordination, both within government and between government and her development partners, including private sector, civil society organizations, multilateral and bilateral partners, and more broadly, the people. We need to better harmonize the interests that are out there in society so we can all pull in the same direction. As the UN system in Uganda, all 29 agencies signatory of the cooperation framework, and there are close to 3,000 staff, some of who are online now from Entebbe, Moroto, Gulu, Mbarara, and other parts of the country, we remain steadfast in our partnership with the government in addressing COVID-19, the pandemic, and the operational support around vaccinations, including supporting communication efforts that address issues like vaccine hesitancy. I also reiterate our commitment to continue our partnership with the government of Uganda through implementing the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework 2021-2025 in support of the 3rd National Development Plan towards the achievement of Uganda Vision of 2040, which does include actions aimed at tackling both the climate crisis and inequalities, and a focus on youth. But of course, there's plenty of room for all of us to be even more ambitious in those areas. And of course, being relatively new in country, I look forward to joining all the stakeholders who are already engaged in this area as we all tackle the work. Lastly, I just remembered the amazing Burundian drummers who welcomed us and started this commemoration, this ceremony. I do not want to forget to applaud the government and recognize Uganda for her generosity in hosting refugees. Uganda is the largest refugee hosting country in Africa, 1.5 million. And extraordinary in the ongoing pandemic, did not turn away displaced people who sought refuge in years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Her Excellency, the UN Resident Coordinator, Susan Gonge Namondo, thank you so much for your remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go straight to our next speaker. And it is my pleasure to invite the Honorable State Minister of Foreign Affairs, that's Henry Okello Oryem. You're very welcome. Can I just add, it smells like rose?
It does. I'm going to order some from you. Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, my dear sister Nakadama, my colleague Minister Lumumba, and former Secretary General of the NRM, the United Nations Resident Coordinator, my dear sister Susan Ukongi, Excellencies, members of the diplomatic community, members of the UN country team, distinguished ladies and gentlemen in their different capacities. I have the pleasure of being here this morning, representing my minister. I would have loved if those who are all invited had stayed behind, like all of us have stayed patiently until now. But I noticed that some important people have left, and they will miss the opportunity. They'll miss the opportunity of listening very carefully to what Uganda is doing or has done from my sister, Minister Lumumba, and from the Deputy Prime Minister here. They're going to miss it. It's their loss. But my speech had been overtaken by events. There was a gentleman here who stood here who is the UN country. He's in charge of the Entebbe base. Paul Njomo. I wish he was here. He's here. I like that man's speech. He more or less took the fire out of my speech. It was Uganda this, Uganda this, Uganda this. I looked at the man carefully whether he was, sent here by another minister or the president. But I liked his contribution and his speech. I wish to extend warm greetings and congratulations on the commemoration of the 76th anniversary of the United Nations. Today we mark the United Nations Day under the theme, Achieving SDGs Amidst the COVID-19 Pandemic. We also reflect on the objectives of the UN, founded on October 24th, 1945, on the ashes of the Second World War, and the commitment of the United Nations states to preserve international peace and security, as well as promote equitable social economic development. Let me also take this opportunity to welcome the new resident coordinator to Uganda, my dear sister. You're most welcome. We shall support you as we did your predecessor and wish you success in your new assignment. Your Excellencies, we join you in commemorating 76 years of the United Nations and its work in promoting peace and security and adherence to the ideals of the world free of conflict, a world of dignity, peace, and prosperity for all, and now and in the future. Uganda is committed to supporting these UN ideals, including struggles for a just and equitable world order when it joined the organizations on 25th October 1962. The commemorations, like the ones before, is an occasion to reflect upon the successes and challenges that the United Nations countries continue to face in the implementation of its mandate as enshrined in the UN Charter. This year's theme provides an opportunity for member states to debate on the impact of COVID-19 and the implementation of 17 SDGs world over, including Uganda. We call upon developed countries to ensure that there is equitable, affordable access to all to safe, equitable, and effective COVID vaccines, therapeutic, and diagnostic tools. I'll comment on that later again. Since the adoption of the SDGs in 2015, the government of Uganda has implemented an exclusive process to ensure that 2030 agenda is owned by the people, starting with national coordinating arrangements through institutional delivery, guided by multi-stakeholder sectors under the leadership of the Office of the Prime Minister. Uganda has today made progress in the implementation and integration of the SDGs within the country's development planning framework. This was highlighted in Uganda's second voluntary review 2016 report. Uganda is amongst the first countries to roll out this new voluntary approach. The report provides progress made in implementation, as well as accountability, policy successes, and challenges encountered in delivering of SDGs. It also affirms the importance of SDGs in realization of Uganda's Vision 2040, highlighted the National Development Program 3 framework. Ladies and gentlemen, Uganda, like many countries, are going through a turbulent time. These are numerous challenges that include climate change. All roads lead to Glasgow, I believe, this week. Economic slowdown, and now COVID-19 that continues to pose significant risks to human health and development, which was heavily debated here amongst different challenges also, closure of schools and pregnancy amongst our young girls. To counter some of these challenges, there is need to strengthen local capacity by investing in programs that promote the well-being of population. We also need to form stronger partnerships and commit significant resources across the globe in achieving SDGs. This was, if I could respond to some of the issues that were raised here, which are not in my speech. And I would like to add my voice on the numerous success that the UN has had over the years. I have been in this job since 2004, and I must be in a very strong position to judge the UN on many things it's done or not done. It's done a lot. But there are some things which we are concerned about as Uganda and Africa. One of them is the injustice. The injustice that within the United Nations Security Council, Africa has no seat, and it's denied, continuously denied, a seat in the Security Council, UN Security Council. Yet, almost and over 75% of the issues discussed at the UN Security Council is on Africa. But the powers that be there continue to deny us in all ways possible, in all ways possible, for us to have a rightful seat at the UN where we can articulate as Africa our position and concern on this world. Africa has a position. We have something called the Oswelini Consensus, simply requesting for 2 permanent seats in the UN Security Council, 2 rotating seats, and veto rights. But they deny it to us, and they continuously deny it to us. And every time we request and make an effort, they continue denying us. This is our concern with the UN. I'm not saying it here for the first time. My sister alluded to it, the South African High Commissioner. I think any foreign minister in Africa will tell you categorically that we're denied our rightful place in the UN Security Council. The second item is the failure of the UN in the region. There is a group called MONUSCO here in Eastern DRC. They have been there for such a long time, and I think they take the biggest budget on peace and security. For us in Uganda, we don't take them any more seriously because they have failed in the mandate to pacify and bring peace in that area. Absolutely. To the extent that recently some diplomats were killed there. They even failed to detect the intelligence. And this poor man went there in the region, Eastern DRC. He died, leaving 2 young daughters, fatherless, and a widow. And the whole UN is there with all its money, facilities, and equipment, and they could not inform and deter that poor chap from being killed. And ADF is there. ADF is causing us problems. The continuous insecurity in Uganda is by ADF. ADF. But the UN is there, and just as the president said, they're the preservers of ADF. When Uganda wants to go there and deal with that issue, then you hear all the noise from those who cannot even help us when we need them. So, MONUSCO is a failure by the UN in that sector. When we talk of vaccination, I heard and I keep hearing about vaccine appetite. Yes, it's appetite. It's very unfortunate. It's we Africans at the tail end of this problem. But if the shoes was turned the other way around, it would have been a human rights issue. They would say denial of vaccines to third world countries is against developed countries, if the shoes are turned around, is a human rights crisis. They have failed on a human rights responsibility. They have abused these people in human rights. It will be a human rights crisis. It could be human rights. So for me, appetite and those words does not apply in the leadership of this country. This is pure human rights abuse. Absolutely. One of the codes of international obligation the world over is even in the front line of war, where there's war. Even if you find your worst enemy injured, you treat them. You give them medicine, you give them water. You don't just shoot them because they are enemy. No. You give them what they're entitled to for vaccination, to treat them. But here, vaccines are rotting in warehouses. Rotting. I'm glad Tony Otoa said, let's talk the truth. Vaccines are rotting. And people are dying here. But you know, as President Zuma said, God finishes business in Africa. That Sunday, when the God started making the world on Monday, Zuma said he ended up in Uganda. He saw this big hole, which he had taken all the sand to build other parts of the world, and said, let me put some water there to make Lake Victoria. He saw all these deserted place where he had transplanted plants to other countries, and said, let me make this country a beautiful country. God is great. I'm not a very strong believer, but in that one I believe God is there. I was watching CNN and all Western press saying that the disaster and the catastrophic, imageries, the apocalypse in Africa because of COVID-19. The apocalypse. Who watched the apocalypse movie? Doomsday. But Lubangatier, God said, Even though you deny them vaccines, but the COVID-19 will not be as disastrous as you predicted for them. So today, yes, there are people dying, but it's not as bad as 45,000 per day infections per day in the UK. 45,000 per day infections in the UK. New cases. You imagine what would have happened if 45,000 cases, new cases in Uganda would be in Africa. That's another issue. I don't know if I should continue because I might be sanctioned. These days, if you're not careful, these big brothers will sanction you. But I have a beautiful home in Namokora in Kitugum. I've got a beautiful farm. I'm not bothered by sanctions. I'm telling the truth here. Yes, schools are closed, but I ask everybody, let's respect the government of Uganda. They're the one in the steering wheel. Give them a chance to do what they're doing. They were just elected recently. You might not believe in elections or not, but they're now in charge. You might not even, there's no problem if you like it or not, but they're in charge. We are doing what is best for this country. We don't go and sit in these cabinet meetings and plan or switch off the lights, and then like somebody says switch off the lights, and then say you conspire against the people of Uganda. We don't. This bid in cabinet is done in the grounds of State House. And all of us in cabinet take responsibility for this. So if you condemn the closure of schools, I take responsibility as a Minister of Foreign Affairs as well. But we're doing it in the interest of our children. The youth, I was a youth once. Government has got a responsibility to the youth, no doubt. No doubt. But the youth have an equal responsibility to themselves. They should stop lamenting, lamenting, lamenting. In physics, there's something called force equals to equal force, something like that. MC squared 2 or something. E equals to MC. So, as much as you're lamenting about government, you do your part. Yes, what are you doing? But lamenting, lamenting, lamenting. I was the son of a former general. But I once was in a refugee camp in Tanzania, in Tabora. Don't tell me about refugees. I know what it is to be a refugee. I know what it is to sleep under a plastic tent. How many of you have gone to bed with hungry bellies for 2 or 3 nights? 2 or 3 nights. Some of us have in Tabora, Tanzania, who are refugees. So when you're lamenting about the small things, realize that some of us, you see us here today, 6'3", Armani suits at this. Oh. We suffered. We suffered. I had one white shirt for school for 2 years. I was a refugee. I know how the UN works very well and how UN can get, I should be a consultant to refugees, how they can get assistance in the UN. So youth, please play a part. The government will play its part. Finally, somebody talked about a coup here. There's a coup in Uganda or there'll be a coup. Let me tell you people, if anybody attempts a coup in this country, or just even thinks about it, leave alone do it, just you think about it, and we read in your mind that you're planning a coup, will crush you like a terrorist deserves. There is no space for an attempt to cause a coup in this country. Let us talk. Let us talk. Let us talk. Let us engage. This country suffered enough. So, those jokers, the UPDF has seen it all. There's nothing the UPDF has not seen. Don't let the UPDF be the one to handle you if you try to cause a coup in this country, because you'll pay the ultimate penalty mercilessly. This country has seen enough. I was a victim of the coup in 1971. So I lost all my uncles I don't have any uncles today. Even cousin uncles were killed by Idi Amin. So why should I entertain a coup? Me, I believe in dialogue these days. I was the son of the former president of Uganda, General Tito Okello. I was in State House, enjoying the splendor of things. Then on the 26th of January 1986, was thrown out of State House. But my father never advocated for war. To the contrary, he said, engage. Engage. He never advocated for war. He even told me categorically, don't ever advocate about war. Engage. So we engaged. I'm not in this government by accident. President Museveni, talked to President Museveni. This Uganda is so big, bigger than Tito Okello twice family. So why should we mobilize people to come and fight again? For what? No. Let us use the peaceful way of dealing with issues so that Uganda continue to be a prosperous country. Today, everything is beautiful, everything is lovely, because some of us realize that there is no place for violence in this country. The best avenue was to engage President Museveni, find a way forward, find a place for accommodation of people, and today, we're not able to prosper. So let us embrace the success. There is no harm being in opposition. Being in opposition is very positive. It's not criminal. No, don't get us wrong. No, there's no harm criticizing us. It is healthy. You can criticize us as long as it does come defame us or libel us. Being in opposition is very healthy and very positive to this government. So the platforms are there for discussion. The platforms are there for talking. Let us use it for engaging. Otherwise, I'd like to thank the organizers for these celebrations. I'd like to thank our partners and friends, development friends, for assisting us towards achieving our SDGs. I'd like to thank everybody from all walks of life who are here for being here and for paying interest in our shortcomings and our success in SDGs, and our success and failures in other sectors. We do recognize them. We might not tell you categorically that we believe in them, but when we live here, we take what you have taken seriously. Sometimes it's very difficult in public to say, yes, I agree with you, but quietly I say, this man talked some point, we better make some corrections. So when you see some adjustment here, adjustment there, quietly, you say, oh, they listen to me. We do listen. And see how best to adjust so that next year when we meet here, you're not repeating the same issue against us. But the issue of pregnancy amongst girls is so serious that this is something that needs everybody to participate, especially parents. Parents blame teachers for not teaching their children when they go to school. They blame the teachers for everything under the sky. Now, this time around, the children will be given to the parents to look after the children. You see the disaster. When the children were with the teachers, the pregnancy was there, but not that bad. Now the children are being given to the parents. You see what parents have done. So we need to help the parents to assist our daughters from this big catastrophe that we are to face as a country in the next 10 years. All these children that are going to produce The consequences are not here now, but we'll see them in 10 to 12 years. So that's something else we have to prepare for them. Otherwise, thank you very much. I'm sorry if I diverted you from anything else that you were expecting to listen, but I thought I should make some corrections and be balanced in congratulating the UN for its achievements, which we recognize, but also should be fair to them and bring to their attention our concern about the UN Security Council, our concern about MONUSCO, and our concern about the vaccines, amongst other things. God bless you all. I wish you well.
Thank you very much. I don't need to come and do that. A big round of applause again for Honorable Henry Okello-Oyem, the Honorable State Minister for Foreign Affairs. I would now like to invite the Minister for General Duties and Focal Point Minister for SDGs, that is Right Honorable Justine Kasule Lumumba, to please take the podium, make her remarks. And I would also like to request that you invite our guest of honor after you are done. Thank you very much, and you're welcome.
Thank you so much, our mistress of this good big function. Right Honorable Third Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, Right Honorable Lukia Nakadama Isanga, Honorable Minister of State for Foreign Affairs in charge of international relations, Your Excellency, the UN Resident Coordinator in Uganda, the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, all government ministers, representatives from the different ministries, all heads of the UN missions and diplomatic missions, all representatives of the civil society and the private sector, special interest groups that are represented here. In a special way, I want to recognize those representing the youth, representing the women, the children, persons with disabilities. In a special way, media, who have played a very big role, especially on issues to do with the COVID-19 pandemic, where gatherings are not supposed to happen, but you would pass on the message to the community. And because you have played that role, we're also here to celebrate today as a community that has achieved, of course, with some lives gone, very unfortunate. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and in a special way, my team from the SDG Secretariat and Sheraton for hosting us. Welcome. Welcome to the 76th anniversary celebration of the United Nations. As you are all aware, by now, the United Nations was founded on the 24th of October, 1945, and Uganda became a member on the 25th of October, 1962. So as a country, Uganda, we are here to celebrate. Happy UN Day 2021 to all Ugandans, to all Africans, to all those who are members, but including those who are in countries that are not yet members, but would have loved to. Maybe their governments have not yet decided, but the ordinary people may want, but they don't have the powers to. We also celebrate with them and celebrate their lives. Why? It's because of the UN different ways in supporting peace, whether directly or indirectly, development, and the different humanitarian actions in the different parts of the world. You remember very well in 2015, the UN General Assembly, under Uganda's presidency, adopted the 2030 Agenda and Sustainable Development Goals aimed at transforming our lives and ending poverty everywhere and for everyone. Since then, we have had very useful discussions and conversations as leaders in different parts of the world, but also as members of the UN member states, but most importantly, people in different countries holding discussions as ordinary people in different parts of the different countries across board in terms of the economic strata or in terms of the political status of those individuals in the country. Uganda quickly headed the call and has been at the forefront in the implementation of the SDGs, including establishing a coordination framework and a roadmap to operationalize it. We recently launched a new roadmap that takes into consideration the various challenges, including the COVID-19 pandemic, and how to build the way forward in a better way. Uganda has also established committed leadership by appointing a dedicated focal person, minister, especially in charge of SDGs, as well as putting in place a national SDG secretariat to coordinate and collaborate with the UN country team. And the secretariat exclusively supports coordination of SDG implementation in government and with all the UN agencies. Furthermore, Uganda has ensured alignment of the SDGs to our National Vision 2040 and other plans and strategies. The third National Development Plan is over 90% aligned to the global goals, and the new Parish Development Model is all about ensuring that we leave nobody behind. As you know it very well, under SDGs, we have what everybody knows as one of our best strategies is to make sure that nobody is left behind and we reach out to the farthest. So when we are talking about SDGs, and I see some people saying, you have paid a lot of attention as government to only agriculture. Only agriculture. No, it is not so. The majority are in agriculture. So it's reaching out to the majority, but remember, leaving nobody behind. And that's why we brought in the program of Emyoga, that not all the youth, not all the women, not all the PWDs are in agriculture. There are those who are in urban areas. There are those who are in areas, even if they are rural areas, but they don't have land. They must be reached out, empowered or encouraged in whatever they are doing in their own style by government, by giving them resources called Emyoga. But for today, I've been able to realize there is a gap. We have efforts by the private sector, Stanbic Bank, mentoring and training the youth. But then the youth have been trained, like Tony said, they have over-mentored them. Then for us as government, when it comes to reaching out to those people, we go for those who have not been mentored and who have been trained. Now I've realized there is a gap, there is a way. As government, we must work together with the private sector. You help us to train. We provide the resource because this is their resource as people. But also, those who have been trained, to also go and reach out to those who have not been trained. Because for those who have, if you don't share with those who don't have, you will all not sleep when night comes. You'll find in this town where you have those with very good accommodation, next is a slum. So this one in a big house, in a big bungalow, will not sleep because people in the slum are making noise, those who don't have. And those who are in the slum will not sleep because they didn't eat. So as they make noise for the rich one are not sleeping because they think those in the slum are going for them. But SDG has deliberately rolled out a program to get to people in the slums. And I want to thank the SDG Secretariat and the teams, the UN agencies that have helped to facilitate this. But also UN agencies, even without going through the SDG Secretariat, have reached out to the different groups. There is the different UN agencies have gone even to people in the creative industry to tap into their talents. You don't need to know English, provided you are talented. They've gone to the extent of extending that. I'm here to say thank you as the focal minister in charge of SDGs. Achieving the SDGs amidst COVID-19 pandemic as Uganda and Africa. Today, as we celebrate the achievements of the UN, but as we do that under this time of the COVID-19 pandemic, in a special way, let's celebrate the Ugandan woman. Let's celebrate the African woman. They've provided food, illiterate as they are, educated as they are, they provided food, such that by the time the scientists arrived with the vaccines, for those who have been able to get them, and for those who are still waiting, they found that most lives were saved because the Ugandan woman, also engulfed in fear of the COVID-19 pandemic, where nobody had enough information, even up to today, the woman decided to continue going to the garden, to provide food to the family, to feed the rich in Kampala, in urban areas, to feed those in the capital cities, so that the science find when a Ugandan woman, an African woman, has played the biggest role. Let's celebrate the African woman. Let's celebrate the Ugandan woman. You've talked a lot about the vaccines. My colleague has done, the UN resident coordinator has done it, and also the panelists did. Yes, the vaccines have come. The coverage is still low, but it is the responsibility of all of us who are here and those who are listening to us to encourage our people to go and be vaccinated. There's still fear in the community. Yes, government has done it. It does no harm for you to add your voice to that so that we save lives. Because this is new to the community. They have to learn slowly. We don't have to blame them, but let's work with them and engage them so that they get to understand why we are insisting on this. So I call on everybody to join hands with the government to encourage people to go and get the vaccine. Through collaborative efforts with partners, the government has achieved many milestones, which include the development of the integrated SDG model by the National Planning Authority to estimate the medium and long-term attainment of SDGs, integrating SDGs indicators into the national processes through the National Standard Indicator Framework, compilation and presentation of Uganda's second voluntary national review report, which was presented to the UN High-Level Political Forum in July 2020. In this voluntary national review report, Uganda was able to report on 92 indicators compared to the 45 indicators that had data points in 2018. Now, in collaboration with the SDG Center of Africa, Uganda is establishing a new and robust monitoring and reporting system, which will further support from the partners, and we hope all this will enable us to be able to report on more than 140 SDG indicators out of the 201 applicable to Uganda. Conducting voluntary local reviews and awareness campaigns across the country to enhance local ownership and dedication to achieve the SDGs. Setting up relationships and improving and enhancing them, especially with the private sector, as well as partnership with the civil society, the different groups, interest groups, the youth, the women, the people with disabilities, the workers, even people in the security forces, to make sure the SDGs are implemented by everybody and appreciated by everybody, carrying with us our slogans, reaching to the farthest, leaving nobody behind. We're also working on translating our SDGs in the 13 local languages. This in an effort to localize them and working especially with the youth to make sure we make the SDGs stop being a Kampala talk, a talk in hotels, and get to the ordinary person and also make them own, but also make them more responsible as human beings. So we are working on that with the youth. And when we are ready, we shall also go out to launch in those different sub-zones in this country in the different languages. But also we are working to make sure that the local government, as the engine of service delivery in this country, is part of the SDG program. As we use the parish model in the NRM government, which is in leadership now, the parish model is a strategy to get to the most vulnerable, the youth and the women at the parish level, as a planning, data collection, planning, implementation, but also evaluation level, to make sure it is used very well to inform policy, but most importantly, to be accountable to the people in those parishes, but also be able to account for the different households in the different parishes. This can only be achieved if it is embraced by everybody. We will be able to register achievements if we work together, but also most importantly, sharing information, but also we in government be ready to also listen to positive criticism to make sure we move together as a team for the good of everybody. Because like I said before, if you have and your neighbor doesn't have, both of you won't sleep. And the medical people will tell you that the fastest killer is not even hunger, but lack of sleep. So it affects both the rich and the poor. So the poor and the rich, the educated and the illiterate must all work together for us to achieve. I want to take this opportunity to thank the different UN agencies for the support you have given us as those in charge of SDGs in this country. But I also want to say we still have challenges, and we must continuously get back on the drawing board and candidly discuss and reassess. I'm sure they will live on, but they will no longer be emergencies because we will have planned and reassessed ourselves together. Let's build institutions at different levels, even as small as the smallest unit, that is the family, to make sure all interventions benefit the ordinary people. I want to take this opportunity. My colleague has responded to issues, especially to do with issues to do with politics and security. And he has clearly told you and informed us, and those of you who didn't know, that for him he's the son of a general. For me, my father never got an opportunity to even get to a training school. He told you he's the son of a former president, meaning he's coming from an educated family. But I'm here to stand as a girl child from a family of a peasant who had gotten an opportunity to only write Luganda because the catechism classes taught him. But that did not stop him from educating me, a girl child from one of the remotest villages in this country. And here I am. That means that the NRM government has given us an opportunity to get the discussion boardrooms, to get the different discussion meetings, to discuss. We from the humble backgrounds. My father was a peasant. My mother never got an opportunity to touch a door to a classroom. Why did we come this far? It begins in the home. COVID has exposed us as parents, our mothers, those of my generation. Our mothers, our fathers did their part with very little education, with little exposure. But we who have gone to school, we have run away from our responsibility. Yet we pray to God to give us children. He said he doesn't believe. May I believe? We pray to God to give us children, but we have not given our children time as parents to do our parenting. COVID has exposed us. And here we run to say, government here to Yambe, that government should help us. Is government going to come and teach you how to do parenting in your house? Fathers, let's be more responsible. Stop leaving responsibility of parenting to the girls only. Yes, we are women, but we call ourselves girls because that's how we feel good. Yes. Don't run away and you rush to blame government. Yes, government has done its part, but you also have a part for which government can't do. Let's create time. Let's have time with our children. If you observe, literally every house is affected. We don't come out to talk. We only talk about the rural people in the rural areas. Those outside our houses, let's first be more responsible as parents. The way we took off time to get the children is the way we should create time to do parenting. You can't be, you are head of an advocacy group, and then you are going out to blame government for the whatever is happening to the children. But have you first looked at yourself? Let's have internal reflection, then collective efforts will solve this. Of course, it has brought in a challenge, and especially with the girl children who are at the front must come out so openly and boldly and encourage these girls to have self-esteem. Sort of that, we shall not manage to have more powerful girls in the future because of the effects of the pandemic. When we talk about the issues to do with the UN Council, the best example you should bring out, Minister of Foreign Affairs. Africa having a representation, that has been done. But bring out examples where African security issues have been handled, solutions have been provided by Africa itself. When it comes to issues of security in Africa, UN, yes, has provided the facilitation, but usually it's better to facilitate and let the Africans find the solution. I want to take this opportunity to thank Her Excellency, the High Commissioner of South Africa, for recognizing the contribution of the NRM to the liberation of South Africa. For those who don't know, when those who were in Libya had been rejected, the South Africans who they were training, when they were rejected by all countries in Africa, Uganda welcomed them and they were housed in Kapeka and they were trained. And those have been the majority leaders of South Africa who have left. When you meet them, they can even talk Luganda because they lived there for so many years. But also, most importantly, even the current president of South Africa was trained in Kapeka. I want to thank you for that recognition. But in a special way, thank His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Under his leadership, that happened, but also the people of Greater Luwero for hosting you and also making a contribution to the liberation of South Africa. We want to thank you so much. The issues to do with the tax and issues of opening Facebook, the discussion is on. We recognize that. But also, I want to thank private sector, Stanbic Bank, MTN. They keep doing all this, mentoring the youth. Please continue. And also private sector, those who are not doing it, please do help, so that we turn this big force of the youth into a very big production team as we fight to make sure we enter the middle income status. I want to thank the panelists. I want to thank my secretariat, the SDG secretariat. I want to thank the UN and all the agencies I want to thank all the missions. I want to thank everybody. I want to thank Ugandans. I want to thank Africans. I want to thank UN. Most importantly, don't lose focus. COVID is still around. We can no longer handle it as an emergency. We must plan for it and make sure we execute everything. And let's watch each other, especially Ugandans, on the fight against corruption, because it is eating up all corners. Whether we are at the front, those at the back, the rich, the poor, the young, the youth, before one knows even what we'll get, whether we'll get a job, we'll ask, what can I do below the table, before even he has known the salary. That means that it has gone beyond we, our generation, and it is with the children. Schools have been, when schools were still open, you would find the kids also, during campaigns, giving out sweets. That is also implanting corruption in the minds of the young people. So it's the responsibility of all of us. We politicians and non-politicians, religious, cultural leaders, to make sure we fight corruption, because corruption eats up the moral fiber of the community, and it's not easy to remove it. It keeps growing and growing roots, tap roots, and all the fibrous roots. It's as minister, the focal minister in charge of the SDGs, to pledge to all of you that we are very ready. We shall continue working together. We are now talking about the COVID-19 pandemic. For whatever comes tomorrow, we shall remain strong because of collaborative efforts with all the UN agencies and the UN and all missions. And I want to thank you for the support you have given government at a time when we were engulfed with fear. Heads of missions would come out and advise government and work with government and provide. Thank you so much. I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the team gathered here and those online to invite Right Honorable Lukia Nakadama Isanga, the third Deputy Prime Minister, who has come to represent Right Honorable Robin Anabanja, the Prime Minister of Uganda. Please welcome Hajat. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. The Right Honorable my voice will not come out properly. Thank you so much, the Right Honorable Minister for General Duties in the Office of the Prime Minister and the 4-point Minister for SDGs. Honorable State Minister for Foreign Affairs, my brother, Honorable Kerry Riem, Your Excellency, the UN Resident Coordinator in Uganda, the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, all government ministers and representatives present here, all heads of UN missions and diplomatic missions, all representatives of civil society and private sector, special interest groups, representatives, including the youth, women, children, persons with disabilities, minority groups, and the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Nakadama Rukia Isanga, like you've been told. I'm also a woman member of parliament for Mayuge district. Mayuge is in the eastern part of this country. And I'm the third Deputy Prime Minister of Uganda. I'm here to represent the Right Honorable Prime Minister who hasn't been able to be with us because of congratulate the UN nations in Uganda and across the world on the 76th anniversary of this important organization that brings us together in our collective quest for peace and development. Let me start by thanking the UN country teams in Uganda, past and present, for the important contributions that they continue to make in Uganda's growth in different aspects. I thank the management and staff of all UN agencies, funds and programs under the leadership of the UN Resident Coordinator for the partnerships with the government and other stakeholders in all efforts to make the world a better place for all Ugandans, leaving no one behind. As we commemorate this day under the theme, Achieving the SDGs amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, we turn our focus to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which enshrines the most ambitious global plan ever for humanity and our world. The fact that the SDGs were adopted in the first place, covering 169 targets to improve every important aspect of our lives, was a clear demonstration that a lot needed to be done to achieve our collective aspirations as a people and as a planet. Indeed, the government of Uganda quickly put in place the mechanisms to achieve these, and the SDGs are almost fully integrated in our third National Development Plan. The principles at the heart of the SDGs are also the heart of all our other plans and strategies, including the new parish development model. As such, the government has remained committed in efforts to achieve the goals, even as we grapple with the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has given rise to the most serious social and economic upheaval since the United Nations was created 76 years ago. The coronavirus pandemic has demonstrated more than ever the importance of achieving all the 17 SDGs, while the crisis has set back some of the gains already made in areas like eradicating poverty and achieving equality, education, and gender equality. We also acknowledge the impetus it has set for us in our different capacities to improvise, to learn and unlearn, and to keep going in spite of the challenges. I repeat, a clarion call I have made to Ugandans everywhere since we first took office, that solidarity and corruption-free systems are the only way forward if we hope to achieve these goals. That is a solidarity that takes every single person in this land into consideration in planning and distribution of resources. That is understanding that for every act of corruption, there is a child, there is a woman, there is a person with disability who does not prosper as they could have. It is the understanding that once we have proper governance systems that are more inclusive, networked, and effective, we have set the stage to achieve Uganda's development aspirations. As government, therefore, we continue to uphold our bold commitment to build these systems and end corruption for the greater good of all Ugandans. This is a strong government goal behind the implementation of every single SDG. Only then can we confidently say that in spite of the COVID-19 challenges, we are staying on track to achieve the SDGs? My prayers to all of us as we commemorate this UN Day is that we make personal and professional commitments to play our role in securing and upholding the rights of all the people in Uganda, including those who have sought refuge here. As the UN Secretary General said recently, the values that have powered the UN Charter for the last 76 years, peace, development, human rights, and opportunity for all, have no expiry date. We shall continue to work towards the goals of the 2030 Agenda, as well as achieving our Vision 2040 and ultimately the future we want and need. Before I conclude, I want to thank all those who have been behind this arrangement and for making this conference a success. Let us unite behind the ideas in these plans, and let us commit to live up to the full promise and potential and hope of the United Nations, COVID-19 notwithstanding. With those few remarks, I want to thank all of you, and I say all that for God and my country. I thank you.
I thank you for your remarks, ladies and gentlemen. Please, another round of applause for all our speakers and our guest of honor. I'd like to request Her Excellency, there we are, Her Excellency and our Right Honorable Ministers and our Honorable Minister to just hold on stage for just a second, because today is a celebration, and I truly believe you cannot have a celebration without cake. Does anyone agree with me? Anyone here with a sweet tooth? You mean you're abandoning me like that? No. We must have cake. It is a celebration, 76 years of the United Nations. And we've had such amazing discussions today. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'll just ask that our speakers just stay with us on stage so that we can get ready to cut cake. And I'd also like to quickly recognize the presence of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Mr. David Agre Chibenge is here with us. Hello to you, and thank you for joining us. So in a few minutes, we will be cutting cake, and that will be followed by a photo moment to, of course, commemorate the day and definitely celebrate as one. I feel that there's so much that we have covered today, so many recommendations. I did say earlier, some tough love, which is important and necessary. Yes, conversations around parenting, which is something that we really have to consider and face and look at ourselves critically as well. But so much that needs to be done and taken into consideration to achieve the SDGs despite the pandemic. Because, as was said, it is not going to go away anytime soon. We have to learn to live with COVID-19. So, we have a beautiful cake here. Today's celebration is a partnership between the Republic of Uganda and the United Nations Uganda. I'd like to invite our speakers to please come down and join us for cutting of the cake. but 76 years is a long time. So I feel we can count down just from 3. Can we do that together? 2, 1, and congratulations, happy UN Day, 76th anniversary. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A very special thank you to our speakers and to everyone who has made this day as successful as it is. After we stay for the group photo, and I'd like to go back to the stage quickly. I'd also like to invite all the ambassadors and heads of UN agencies here with us today to join us on stage for a photo moment. So can we have some more people joining us on stage? Thank you. So we shall trust that you are smiling behind the mask. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, here we have our distinguished guests on stage for a photo moment. And again, big smiles that we can normally see from the eyes. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. All right, thank you. Would like to thank each and every one of you for joining us today, for making the time to be here. And we are going to wrap up officially with the national anthem once everyone is settled. So I'd like to ask that we wrap up with the national anthem, and then you'll be free to socialize and leave at leisure. So please rise for the national anthem. For just one stanza of the national anthem. Can I again ask everyone to rise? Thank you very much. And yes, round of applause for the 76th anniversary, UN Day 2021.